What is going on, everybody? How are we doing this evening? We had just as close right there. You can clock it. That was as close to a clean open as we ever had. And I screwed it up by not having film on the board on the first play of the game here. So, doggone shame on my part. But hey, that's how it goes. How you guys doing? The Bears are 2-5. Looked kind of spunky. I mean, I'm not about to tell you that this team is the greatest team on football or in football, but they very, very plainly, if you ask me, moved from, I don't know, let's call this the basement. There's an E in basement. Uh, into like, I don't know, let's go normal bad. And aren't we stoked about it? Because normal bad, you know what? That's watchable football, baby. And that's the kind of team that can steal a win here and there. Look, okay, so I got to be so blunt with you guys, right? I got to be so real. What would be best for the Bears, right? Probably if they lost a bunch of games, but I don't really care, to be honest. Like the main thing that I'm looking at here in this Bears season is that if they can give us a watchable product, the results are going to sort themselves out. To be honest with you, it's not the Bears that I'm looking at thinking to myself, hot dang, like they're so good, they're going to beat the Chargers. It's more like when you take a look at the rest of their schedule, it's kind of a mess. Like a bunch of the opponents coming up could very easily lose to a team that just shows up and takes care of business. And that's what the Bears did. I mean, we're going to go through this. You're not actually going to see as much defensive innovation as you might think you are. You're not going to see a wild offense and a major shift. There's a big thing at quarterback that I do want to talk about with Tyson Bagent, but there's good and there's bad to it. There's not going to be, and I love Tim Jenkins. There's not going to be like, oh wow, is he the dude? You know what I mean with Tyson Bagent. But also there are pieces to Bagent's game that illuminate things that can get better within this Bears offense with him at quarterback, partially due to his distribution speed. And then moving on to defense, they're just playing a bunch more man. I mean, it's not every single down, but Tyreek Stevenson is really growing into the role. And he's getting a couple calls against him, in particular the DPI call that we all have seen by now. He earns it. I promise you. The replay that they showed, because normally, obviously, DPI happens at the catch point. They ruled that DPI happened earlier. I'm actually surprised they didn't call it illegal contact, but that's neither here nor there. Tyreek Stevenson is stealing downs back for these Chicago Bears, and that's making a lot of these third downs go in the Bears' direction. And then when the Bears are up 2, they go right back into zones. And the zones, if Brian Hoyer had played better, probably would have given up some yardage, but this very old school notion, that Lovey Smith, like we're going to make them grind their way down the field. The Bears are totally getting their way with that over the last couple games. And hey, you got to give him some credit because it's definitely working. I'm as interested as you are to see how this thing unfurls going forward. You ask me today, yeah, I'd still love to see a coaching change. Yeah, I'd still love to see the Bears kind of find ways to lose now and again, just because having 2 very, very, very high draft picks would be awfully great. But why am I so upbeat? Because if you take a look at the standings, you know what? I guess we'll go to Tankathon first things first. NFL Tankathon. Biggest thing that happened on Sunday was, so yes, the Bears, obviously, as you can see, they won. But take a look at how many teams picked up that critical second win. We had the Giants. We had the Patriots. We had the Broncos. The Broncos may not win that many more games on their schedule, but they showed against Green Bay that they could take one if an opponent doesn't bring it. The Giants' defense, if they can keep doing what they're doing, will steal 1 or 2. The New England Patriots are going to steal 1 or 2. That's what these teams do. The Green Bay Packers, for crying out loud, if they can get some of their talent back, Because say what we will, because I know we're not a Packers friendly channel here, but they've been playing with two hands tied behind their back now that Bakhtiari's out, Jair Alexander's out. They keep losing guys, right? And eventually they're going to get some guys back. I do not think the Packers are great, but they are definitely playing poor football and should get back on the horse a little bit. And then Arizona over here, right here, that team is going to get Kyler Murray back here soon. Call me crazy, but Noah, while I understand where you're coming from, I think it's clearly Carolina that's the worst team in the league. We're going to see what changes, but this new, it's not even new look. It's more like a Chicago Bears team that doesn't blatantly get in their own way. A Chicago Bears team, like, here's the thing, guys. I mean, for all 51 of you awesome people that have been on these streams for a while, you've seen that this Bears run defense is solid. Credit what you will to 97. Credit what you will to, I mean, it's not really Justin Jones, but I guess he's taking up some space. Credit to Tremaine Edmonds. Credit to some of the DB, not Edmonds. Let's give it to TJ Edwards instead. Like, credit to Edwards. Credit to Billings. Credit to Gordon. Some of the DBs that stick their head in and make a play for you. This run defense has done a good job of forcing 3rd and 5s, 3rd and 6s, 3rd and 7s nearly all year. They just give them up. And I'm with you, Joe. I'm with you, Joe. That's the thing. I don't really want to. I only mention the draft picks because the last couple of years of being a Bears fan have made me so future forward that it's what I think about. And the Bears probably need a pick at the top to reset the obvious question in everybody's head, just because at the moment, that's how I see it. But I'm glad to focus on actual gameplay because the way that the Bears have been playing lately has created a hotbed for offensive development, and it's really fun to watch. Not to mention there were a couple storylines throughout this game that are just going to be fun to cover. So without any further ado, I'll go ahead and spit a couple of things right here at the top of the stream out. First of all, if you can support the channel or you find that you're enjoying the stream as we go through it, do let me know. Let me know in the comments with a positive comment. Let me know with a like on the stream itself. If you want to ask a question, I mean, you can just ask it. I'm probably going to get to it anyways. But if you want to change the topic of the stream at any point, you can immediately super chat and I will get to it instantly. I mean, if you super chat a question, we're going to stop what we're doing and derail to whatever topic you want to, as long as it's at least vaguely related to the Chicago Bears, because that's what everybody's here for. Support helps, obviously. We'll go offense, then we'll go defense, but we're going to kind of touch on the offense and then circle back to it. I want to see if I can't get a little bit better at I want to see if I can't get a little bit better at being high level, talking about interesting topics rather than going literally play by play by play, because play by play is cool, but it can bog things down. Just like Christopher's saying, can we cover the 2-minute drive? Absolutely we can. We can cover a lot more than that. Like, this is a cool, like, this is, and I get you, Jason, because BTC's up lately. I'm like, hey, I hear you. But so within that, it's like the main thing that I'm looking at here is that this game, a lot of fun. We get to see an intriguing. Okay, so let's start with what I think is one of the more interesting storylines of the day. And there's a couple reps I'm gonna have to like pound through to find some good ones. But so especially around the middle of the game, let me look for the rep that I'm thinking of so that we can see it. And I'll warn you, the first rep that we're looking at here, or the one that I am looking for, is not a positive play, and it involves a little bit of grimacing by one of the by one of the Bears' current or by nearly any Bears fan's favorite player, or one of them on this offense, and that's Darnell Wright. So let me push through and find it. Darnell Wright was hurt as hell in this game. Like, I'm looking for just a specific play that shows how hurt he was, because let me see, is it this one? So this play, I think, yes, Darnell Wright gets thrown on the ground, rolls over on his left shoulder, and gets up holding that left hand. You could see him wincing right there. Like, main thing I'm looking at, this is a very specific play that we're looking at. It's really not that big a deal. But Darnell Wright played almost exclusively with his right arm the entire day. Like, we don't even see at this point uh him use his left arm unless somebody collides with him outright. And especially throughout the rest of the game, you start to see that nearly all Darnell Wright is able to do in this game is match feet with his man and then get him on that right hand side and push him away from the pocket. This is a good example of it. His left hand isn't going to actually do anything powerful. The move that he's attempting to hit, and he hits it about 1,000,000 times, right, is this big arm bar where he latches onto the outside shoulder of Max Crosby and then uses his feet to stay with him while latched onto that side of the man. And so he has to fight off holding calls nearly all day, but it is a sweet look at the grit of a Bears first round draft pick, because that left arm didn't do nearly anything for him. The Bears clearly knew it too. But but Darnell was able ultimately to help Tyson Bagent outside of this play, like this 9-second play, or 9 seconds left, where he cuts inside. And I think Darnell, for some reason, expects 25 Darrington Evans to pick up Max Crosby, because he just turns around and looks for work somewhere else. And then Bagent immediately goes down. Outside of that play, Darnell Wright was able to, with help, keep Max Crosby off of the quarterback the entire day. The quarterback hits that the Raiders registered on the day, they had 1 sack, they had 3 quarterback hits. In my opinion, that's very impressive. And that's largely to that's to Bagent's credit. That's to an offensive line that I thought played pretty doggone well's credit. That's to Darnell Wright's credit. Like, it's awesome. Now, there's a separate conversation, because as we go through the tape, I do want you to keep an eye on Wright, about should Darnell Wright, if his shoulder is so bad he's basically playing with one hand, be playing in a season where the Bears are 2-5. Well, at the time they were 1-5. That's a game that the coaches absolutely have to have. He's the kind of guy that he's the kind of guy, by this I mean Matt Eberflus, that needs everybody he can get playing in a game like this, because you lose this game, you're 1-6, and your career, maybe not literally your career, but certainly your head coaching tenure is absolutely over. Instead, he wins the game, he moves to 2-5. Maybe, just maybe, he gets 6 wins on the season and stays the Bears head coach for 2024. I'm not rooting for it, but I wouldn't put it past George McCaskey to take a strong finish to the end of the year as proof of the Bears needing to stay. Do you think that the Bears first round pick should be playing with a shoulder that could very well be re-injured? Good question. I don't know. And I'll leave that to you to ask. But given what we saw, getting to see a gritty game, or like a gritty performance from Darnell Wright, I thought it was awesome getting the chance to just watch him play. William Land, thank you so much. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. I'm going to get the link stuff sorted out so that the bar actually moves, but I'll credit that for $5. Thank you. Joe Calzano, you mentioned, is he winning 5, or if he wins 7 games, is he staying? I think if he wins 6 games, he might blame it on the Alan Williams situation, a bad September, and I am just saying, let's talk a little high level, and then we'll get into the actual film breakdown. So the Bears just beat Las Vegas, right? So check mark there. Then they move on to LA, and then they move on to New Orleans. New Orleans here has a really good defense. LA doesn't have that spectacular defense. If Tyson Bagent plays in Los Angeles and wins, and the Bears go back to Fields, that's if they go back to Fields against New Orleans, and Fields loses, I bet you the Bears or coaches will attempt to scapegoat Justin Fields, whether that's fair or not. Call me a tinfoil conspiracy wearer, but I tend to think the Bears are down for this story, because the Bears would be so happy to have something that they could blame other than their own coaches. And by the Bears, I mean the Bears coaches in that case. I don't know if Ryan Poles cares. I have no idea. But anyways, Anyways, um, like you're saying, Odin's Eye, if the defense keeps improving, like that could be something. Another thought. I am just saying the trade deadline is coming up. If the Bears, okay, so if 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 the Bears, man, that is a terrible box. Let's draw the word if one more time, with an exclamation point because I mean it. If the Bears got the opportunity to send a third round pick or a future second round pick or something, right, to go get you a Montez Sweat or a Chase Young, how much better do they get? Right? And I'm really interested to see like what that not what that defense would look like, but more what's going to happen in this trade deadline. Could the Bears be sellers? Easily. Could the Bears be buyers? Well, not in the conventional sense, but in the same thing as the Chase Claypool thing. Like trying to skip the line for free agency on a young player that you're looking to extend anyways, especially one of those two edge rushers out of Washington, whether that's Chase Young or Montez Sweat. It gets intriguing where you say, oh, okay, well, what would happen to the defense then? Like, would I trade Fields for one of them straight up? Don't ask me that question if you don't want the answer, and I know you do, but that's me just trying to blatantly dodge the question. Let me see. There was a topic coming up in the chat right before we dive into things that I thought was really interesting, but I didn't see it. Oh, Joe, it was you saying, I don't understand why everybody is so quick to put a ceiling on Tyson Bagent. The story alone is the only fun part of the season. Why can't he be the next Brady? Look, I got to be honest, man. Joe, you and I both know there are probably reasons that he can't be the next Brady, mostly because Tom Brady had a rocket of an arm. But that's the thing. I do think that there's an element of putting a ceiling on Tyson Bagent that is, I don't want to say it's a coping mechanism, but you get what I'm saying. Like, there are a lot of people where the story for 7 months, the NFL offseason is a long time. It's a long time. People talked and hyped Justin Fields for so long. Letting go of whatever that may be is not easy, and it's going to come at different times for different people. And so, why can't he be the next Brady? He would have to be a different player. Like, he would literally, like, not Brady. You would have to pick a different player. Could he be the next Tony Romo? Well, he'll probably need to get a different arm. Like, I'm not trying to dog the arm too much. Let's not dive on him, right? But he didn't attempt a pass past 15 yards downfield, and that's okay. Like, he doesn't have to. In his role, that's not important. That's starter ball. Like, this is a different kind of ball. This is all 11 men. This is let's feature the run game. This is I'm going to do my job, make nearly no mistakes. Because seriously, Bagent made nearly no mistakes, which was really, really impressive. And Blue Waves, as much as I know that's kind of the thing, to me, Tyson Bagent, so I think a lot of people are trying to make this like Justin Fields versus Tyson Bagent, but I guess I see them as on completely different tracks. Like completely different tracks. Justin Fields is going one direction, and then Tyson Bagent is going a similar direction, but not the same, right? Like Tyson Bagent or Justin Fields is in year 3 of his contract. Tyson Bagent obviously is in year 1 of his contract. And that may sound like it's similar, but it's not. It's very, very different, in my opinion. Because Tyson Bagent becomes a really intriguing quarterback too with upside. Joe, I think I can't remember if you used this earlier, but this is very similar to like how many years does Bagent contract have? Turu, it's 4. This is very similar to what Dallas has with Cooper Rush, right? Where Cooper Rush, also a UDFA, ends up looking really good. He wins a lot of games for the Dallas Cowboys. Is he Dak Prescott? No. There are things that, frankly, Cooper Rush might do better on a football field than Dak Prescott, not because he's better than Dak Prescott, but because Dak is going to go for a bigger play than, in many cases, a guy like Cooper is. I mean, some of the plays that you're going to see on tape are straight up like Tyson trusting his teammate and saying, hey, I need you to be an NFL ball player. And the guy says, what a coincidence. I am an NFL ball player, breaks a tackle, and ends up making a play. And so those kinds of plays, I mean, seriously, it's good ball. It's objectively good ball. It just might not be what beats the Eagles. It might not be what beats the Chiefs. It might not be what beats a contender. Like, let me see, Mr. Myrtle, you mentioned Kmet said on CHGO that the game plan versus Las Vegas going in was completely different than they started smashing the Raiders' defensive line and just stuck with the quick throws and run game. I'm not surprised. Like, and let's see, on Bajan's deep throws during the draft, his arm looked fine. I love the story, the swagger, the release, and most of all, the coach is finding him, giving him hope and his scouting. Yes, Joe, absolutely. The other thing worth mentioning about arm is it's not like, okay, so another thing about arm, and I wrote about this a little bit, but that to me, this is like the core of the issue, right? So everybody, when they think arm strength, they think boop, 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 right? They think these big old rainbow balls. That's not actually, I don't think that's the question at hand, right? It's not about those. To me, it's about the fastballs, right? It's about, Sean, how you doing? Like, let me see, Prabhat. There's nothing that suggests that Bajan has a noodle arm based on pre-draft. It just hasn't manifested his games in games yet. To me, what I'm looking at is primarily actually his throwing form. I don't know if this is like a perfect play for it, but he wrists nearly any ball that he throws, and that's fine. He's a rookie. Maybe it'll come like with time, but at the moment, he doesn't have the velocity that some other quarterbacks can generate. But I also think that in trying to make this is really the important part, Joe. I think in trying to make Bagent into a starter, we are invoking more criticism than is needed. We can have so much more fun with this if we just say he's playing well and leave it at that, right? And that is hilarious, Joe. Like, that's hilarious. The Bears are more than likely going to end up with a really high draft pick. And I mean, even if that really high draft pick is number 5, even if that really high draft pick is number 10, it's very likely that the Bears are going to be taking a quarterback if things continue to go south, right? Like, that's all this is. And Jordan, it's not about arm strength. Like, look, okay, that, like, I'll show you the play that I'm thinking about explicitly if I can find it. Right? It is not that one. That one's a good play. Like, there's a bunch of good plays that he makes. Bagent basically just needs to pick, so to speak, between anticipation and let's see. Now I have to just like rip through a bunch of plays. But so Bagent needs to pick between anticipation or driving the football, because there are a couple of plays that are in the intermediate area that I want to see him throw, but he's a rookie. I don't care. I'm not even asking him to make these throws yet. Like, a lot of the criticisms that I have aren't even criticisms. I'm so stoked with the way Bagent played. I have nearly no notes. The problem is when people go, man, he's a starter. Like, he is the guy we need to commit to. I go, okay. If we're going to try to do that, then we would need to see things like work a little differently. For instance, this is a sweet throw. I love putting this in this pocket. Right? And I don't know what the read is. I can't say for certain I know what the read is because it looks like it's a slant paired with a corner route to me. But man, that corner looks like it's yawning. Like, this looks like it's Tampa 2. Can we take a whole shot here? Would that really be so risky? I'm not so sure, because you can see a massive pocket. You can see Bagent sitting on DJ Moore. This is never a problem. We will take a first down conversion. I will not complain about it. But eventually, I do want to see Bagent throw the ball down the field in an NFL football game. We haven't seen it yet. We're probably going to see it against LA, because I don't think you can do this forever. Right? It's not to say I have no idea how well it'll go. I'm not counting Bagent out, but there are just, whether it's throws like that down the field, whether it's throws into, I'm specifically looking for one to DJ Moore, and I can't remember where it is, because it's one that Tim Jenkins mentioned, but he's totally right, that there are zone holes. This is just not a perfect example, because this one he hits. Boom. We love it. Like, and like here he gets out of a jam. He sees DJ Moore. He's going to layer a throw up and down. Hell yes. And that's the thing. Like, Donald, I'm with you. So stoked. I am not a Bajan hater. I think he freaking rules. I think he's got all the things, like all the little adjectives that people want to use when they see a quarterback of his style play. He's got the moxie. He's a gamer. Like he's going to get, or his anticipation is improving because he's developing chemistry with his guy. This play right here, like it's hilarious the way that it worked out. What is this, 3rd and 5? Like let's start here and then we'll go through it. Like Bajan's going to take a look at a muddy read downfield. I think it's okay, it's probably having, I can't remember it, like what's going on here, but it's probably something like this. Slim Jim, how you doing? It's not there. Bajan recognizes. Basically what Bajan sees is that this corner has outside leverage on DJ Moore. That makes an out route unlikely. It's not open. That's all he needs to see. At this point, he's on Tyler Scott, who ran like a fake out, back in, up the seam, and in. It's like a Senior Bowl route, honestly. Like take a look at what Tyler Scott does. He's got tons of time. Gets out, nice release, break in. We are, holy smokes, open. And Bajan's already got the ball out. Thank God, right? Like we've gotten open. Now, when did we throw it? As Scott's coming out of his break. Whatever. It's a 3rd and 5. Very, very, very early in the game. But we hit the throw and we converted. Now the joke is kind of on Tyson. This is a good play. How many check marks? I'm giving him 2. Like we got off our first read, onto our second read, delivered the ball on a big down, drive ends up becoming a touchdown. This is a huge play in the game. But Bears flip the score from what could have been 3-0. Instead, the Raiders miss the field goal. Now it becomes 7-0 the other way. This is a big play. It just so happens Deonta Foreman is hilariously open because the Raiders busted a coverage. Like if Justin Fields, like, because Bob, you mentioned what if Fields throws it. That's what's so funny about this, right? Like Bajan or had Fields looked downfield, seen a wide open Tyler Scott and not thrown it, right? And just turned and hot checked the ball down to Deonta Foreman. There is a chance that 25 doesn't get off him in time. There's a chance that 23 doesn't turn in time. And if that's the case, like Deonta Foreman may score. Football can be cruel that way, and the clicker can be abused. I love this play. And like you're talking about, I think it was it Donald or was it somebody is saying this. I'm sure somebody is saying this. Like that, like you guys are kind of getting at, people are nitpicking on Bajan's start for like, I don't know, I don't want to say dumb reasons, but kind of dumb reasons. Like if you hear me complain throughout any part of the stream or nitpicked or anything, it's not, to be so blunt with you guys, it's not because I think Fields is better, right? Best case scenario. No, Akusai, that's my point. That's my point. Let me make that so plain. Let me spell this out. If Justin Fields says no to this read, he has made a procedural mistake and gotten lucky with his result, right? We shouldn't turn down open receivers. Like we have to hit this throw. The fact that Fields may have turned it down and gotten it to Foreman is I'm making a joke about how while that would have worked in this case, one of these two guys should clearly be on Foreman already, right? One of these guys should be sitting in his zone, ready to drive on this ball and to cut it off right around here like a normal 3rd down, right? Anyways, getting back to this, like I think there are a lot of people out there that do really want to, I don't know, make this about Fields. I don't think that makes any sense. I think that there are questions worth asking about, can Bajan run the whole playbook? Can Bajan drive the ball down the field? His ball floats a lot, compared to most starting quarterbacks in the league. And if you need me to show you, I could show you Kirk Cousins. I could show you Derek Carr. I could show you Jared Goff. I could show you other guys around the league, and you can compare their velocity to Tyson's. And that doesn't matter. Tyson is I think he played objectively good quarterback. Like, how well did he play quarterback? Very well. How well did he execute his game plan? Very well. How well did he operate the offense? Very well. That can be it. We can stop there. We can say he played it to the best of his ability. And if the Bears have a chance at any point to add a better quarterback than him, then that makes the Bears a good team. Don't we agree? Like, at any moment, I'm just going to say it. Maybe everybody's kind of thought it already, but like, at any point, if this becomes if this becomes a Justin Fields versus Tyson Bagent, like true competition, I would argue that says more about Fields than it does about Bagent, though it says a lot about Bagent that he's worked his way into that conversation. But like you're saying, John, I mean, that's the other thing is everything can change. Brock Purdy looked a lot like this, in my opinion. And then he developed the ability to chuck the ball down the field. And now we've got Brock Purdy. And everybody is waiting for a game like last night and a game like 2 weeks ago for Brock Purdy to say, oh, he's falling down the earth, as if Joe Burrow's having a good season. Like, you get it? Like, I mean, if Bagent can develop really strong anticipation, woo, how you doing? Then his arm strength becomes less important. Like Jordan's talking about. I'm kind of stealing with what you're mentioning, Jordan, because it's true. I mean, what you don't have in velocity, you can make up with anticipation. We just need to get there, right? Anyways, let's talk about it. Because that's the thing, Blue. Like, I don't think there's any sense in complaining about it. Like, it's not a complaint. It's the same nitpicking that we would do with Fields in quarterback, but it's a win, and it's a good win. Like, we start off with what I think is just about the most basic play in the in the playbook. It's just a quick screen to DJ Moore. There's nothing to it. I love the simplicity of this, by the way. First play of the game, let's get our young quarterback moving. Let's pull our best receiver in motion across a formation. Let's see how the defense responds, and let's get our young quarterback his first completion in this game very quickly. Like you're saying, two-stop, winning in the NFL is hard, and can't say this enough. The best thing Tyson Bagent did is that he took nearly no negative plays. He added nearly no, he gave his offense nothing that they had to overcome, and at times rescued his offense from something that coulda, shoulda, woulda been catastrophic. If there is a comparison to be made about Justin Fields versus Tyson Bagent, it is how dangerous Justin Fields' negative plays can be to an offense. And say what you will, because I get it. I get it. And we will get to it, Joe. That there are tons of stuff where it's Tyson Bagent in his game against Minnesota got strip sacked, and that's a very negative play, obviously. But the sacks that Justin Fields was taking against Minnesota bogged down the offense. There's a reason that offense only had 3 points at half. Was it 3? Or was it 6? Somebody's going to remind me. I think it was 6, right? Yeah, a little bit, Jordan. It's a nasty, nasty cough. But so within this, boom, extension of the run game, ball out fast. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. And like you're saying, Donald, I mean, you talk about EPA, take a look at Fields' ANY over A. I love that stat at Pro Football Reference because it is cold. It is literally just a calculation. It is how many touchdowns, how many yards, how many sacks, and how many interceptions. You add them all up, you run a formula through it, you get a number. Fields has always been pretty doggone low because of how many sacks he takes. Whereas Tyson Bagent, the only sack he took was in a fundamentally irrelevant situation. It's awesome. That's the kind of thing that there's some offensive coordinator out there that's what they're dreaming of. I mean, that's the thing, John. Of course, Bagent's ANY over A is low. It took him a lot. His yards per attempt weren't great. We saw it, but that's fine because he's a rookie. And we give rookies a lot of slack that we can't give a 3-year quarterback, right? Or a 3rd-year quarterback. Also, this play is one of the first plays. So it's certainly not a play that goes well for the Bears. Crosby just walks into the backfield. I think it's Tevin that's supposed to pick this block up on what looks like it's outside zone. It's outside zone enough. I'm surprised that Patrick doesn't take a wider step, but from there, Crosby reminds everybody, I'm an extremely good defender, and brings Evans down for a quick loss. Then we got on a 3rd and 7. On 3rd and 7, we've got a nice little pocket. Bajent's already got the ball out. And look, again, could he have hung in the pocket? I mean, hell, I don't think so. Like, just because this pocket's going all over the place. Turu asks, why do you think there were a lot of the toss runs? Let's talk about this. I think that's a great question. So when you toss the ball like that, a lot of times you will get defenses immediately overflowing to stop the toss because the Bears have run so much crack toss with wide receivers coming in, cracking here, pulling a tackle around the other side, that you're trying to get the defense moving. So that toss action will often create movement up front. In this case, you also have to remember that these guys, more often than not, aren't watching like the ball, right? They're watching the defense or the offensive lineman in front of him or in front of them, and they don't get wide enough to sell this toss action. And so the linebacker follows it. Evans doesn't exactly counterstep super hard, but even then, you could see the linebacker trying to, or like flying sideways because the toss action says, hey, we're going to run it really far. You can see a little run lane developing. I know you really can't, but the point is there's purpose to it, and I'm a big fan of it. Not that you need every single run to include a tossing action, but Getsy included a lot of little misdirection inside of the run game. This were very reminiscent of the good days of 2022, and I was a big old fan. Now, again, Page is just going to get the ball out. If we catch it, maybe we make a play. Like, here we go. Bang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get it out. Boom. The play tempo is obvious, right? Like, catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't like it. Boom. Bang. What is Bajan seeing downfield? It's a similar play call to what we see later. I don't think it's Mills, because Mills is usually over the line of scrimmage, but it's just like one guy going up the seam, another guy clearing out. Or like, and you're wanting to hit this out right here. Now, I really like the backside in on this play to Darnell Mooney. He's going to see right there. He catches, okay, we got outside leverage. I don't like this read. Because again, DJ Moore is trying to take that route outside. If this corner has outside leverage on us, it's not even. We're probably not leaving. Like, if I throw this, the best way to think about it is, because he's got outside leverage, if Bagent throws this ball and DJ Moore gets beat to the spot, that is going back the other way. You can't make that throw, right? So it's a safe decision to not try to fit it in. Sometimes you'll see quarterbacks try stuff anyways. Every single starter that you know, every good one, breaks fundamental rules of quarterback, right? Like, that's part of what makes talking about quarterbacking so funny, right? Is starters will break the rules all the time. Now, chances are, looking at it again, that Darnell Mooney's in route really only looks open because Bajan gets the ball out so fast that number 5, I think his name was Diablo, which is cool as hell. Like, he drives on it. So yeah, that's probably not really open at all. And that was just something I saw in the moment and got to a little too fast. But check this out. Let's see if I've got it pulled up. I guess this one. Is it the same play? So if you guys remember, and you guys are going to have to bear with me a little bit because there are going to be some people that are going to see this as straight up hating, right? But I promise I'm not hating. I just really like this game of football. So I'll lower it down so that we can see the clock right here. But so Tyson Bagent, I'm basically clocking drop speeds, right? Because Joe, his release is really fast, but also check this out. Like, Tyson Bagent on a 7-step shotgun drop goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and he's got his feet set at 1.969 seconds. Remember that number, okay? So Justin Fields, that was a shotgun 7-step drop, right? Justin Fields on a shotgun, on a shotgun 7-step drop generally clocks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about half a second slower than Tyson Bagent does. And if you think that that's just one play, right? The next play, bang, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It can be as much as 2.6. Now, there's a rusher in his face at this point. But remember, while Tyson Bagent is done at this stage, Justin Fields can take up to a half second longer to get to that same spot. And there's more. Like, these are all from week 1, but I've been retiming him throughout the season. It hasn't changed. Like, boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2.4, right? Let's go to the next play. And unsurprisingly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we're getting pressured. Were we getting pressured just a half second earlier? Not yet, right? If we're done here, then there's a lot more play we can do. Like, we could shift up in the pocket. But the moment that it takes until now, we're boned. And we're way too deep. Like, even that 7-step drop is just, it's different. It's a different type of game, right? And so Excelion, people have been saying that about every athlete ever. You think my lacrosse coach didn't look me dead in the eyes as I was getting, I don't know about cut, but like he and I kind of mutually agreed there wasn't a place for me like in my senior season. That's a whole separate story. You think he didn't look me in the eyes and say, Robert, if I could combine you with, and then he named a player that was a big 6'5" or like 6'2" athlete, you don't think I would? And I was like, come on. You think that makes me feel better, coach? Surprise. So I don't know what it is when it comes to like under-talented guys and fundamentals, but like Porter Ducks, he absolutely was, and it's a real thing compared to Tyson Bagent. So that's my last 7-step drop. It's not literally the last one. It's just that I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. So let's look at the 5-step drop, right? Here is a 5-step drop for Justin Fields, like a little earlier in the game. Boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so sorry, clocked it wrong. Like boom, bang, 2.1 seconds. So how long do you think it takes Bagent, right? Just put your guesses in now. I'll tell you, based on what I've seen, Bagent's drop is much more normal. I'm going to try to catalog these because I would like the hits on Twitter. Gotta be honest with you guys. I think it's really interesting. Don't you? But like Bagent, 5-step shotgun drop. Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1.6 seconds. It's a half second again. Like right here, we're set. We bounce to the pocket. We get moving. We get the ball out. Bang. That's a 5-step drop in the NFL. Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. And that's consistent with a lot of other quarterbacks. Pat Mahomes clocks in at about 1.6 or 1.7 seconds. That's the thing. Haplo is dead on. Like you know what, Haplo? I have the other quarterbacks, right? Let's see. Where are they? Pat Mahomes, 5-step drop. Right? Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he does more of a shuffle step. Like his footwork is less pop, 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 pop. It's more like bagat, bagat, like a gallop. But catch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1.635. Bagent, right? A little earlier. Pat Mahomes, pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I stopped the clock right there. Like 1.969. So, Bagent, that's a 7-step drop, right? Moving on a little bit. Let's see if I can get not Mahomes. Because there's Mahomes. Here is, we do, don't we? We want some Tua. I actually don't know, Matthew. That's a great question. Pop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then let's see. Pop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was weird to me how consistent a lot of these drop back times were. 5 seconds. And this is really fast. This one was remarkably fast for a 5-step drop. And Tua sped it up because he had a blitzer coming straight at him, right? But it's interesting to me how a regular, see, that's 109 or 1902 seconds. I will nearly guarantee you just off of the time that that's a 7-step drop from the gun. Let's see. Bang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh man, it's a 5-step. It's just a long one. Like, I was surprised at how consistently a 3-step drop from the gun is about 1.4. A 5-step is about 1.6.5. A 7-step is about 1.9 to 1.9.5. Whereas Fields clocked in at around 1.8 for a 3-step drop, 2.1 for a 5-step drop, and 2.5. It jumped a lot to on those 7-step drops. And I was really surprised when I did this at how consistent that was. Let's see. There's Josh Allen. Josh Allen's kind of a funny guy. Let me see. Here's his 5-step drop. Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you'll see that a lot of these quarterbacks, they may take a weird step, but then they will get that foot planted. And that's what's core. Is, to me, Robert Schmitz's opinion. What the fuck do I know? Dan Orlovsky, what was his name? Quincy, the quarterback guy, on Twitter. They were mad that I did this. They thought that this was not football, right? They were big frustrated, right? But what matters is how long on these dropbacks does it take you to get that back foot planted, right? But so at this point, at this moment, Josh is loading to throw, right? First read, are we throwing? We're throwing. Like, yeah, I know everybody. But like, so the main purpose, why does this matter? Is because every time, and Sean, I think they did. I really do think they did, because that's why in the Vikings game, and especially the one before that, it's escaping me now, Washington, they took 3-step drops so often. And that's another, like Porto Ducks, it's an interesting way to view it. It's not like I completely disagree, but it's just, what was interesting was seeing, so like Tua, for instance, will do this like 1-step slide step a lot. I thought this was actually super cool. Let's see if I've got some examples of it. There's Mahomes. No, I would have to dig into his tape, but he would do a lot of 1-step drops. So that would be catch, slide. And it functions like a 3-step drop, but it's like a big 1-step. And it helps some of these quarterbacks get into their passing posture very, very, very quickly. Let's see. Obviously, everybody wants to know King Jalen's times, right? So here's Jalen Hurts in his big squat. Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A lot of the 7-step drops, by the way, if you're looking for just like random info that I gleaned from doing this, the 7-step drops are funky because the 3 and the 5-step drops are timings obsessed, but a lot of the shotgun 7-step drops routes are the longest ones in the package, and it's not always a guarantee that the drop back is actually timed up with anything. Sometimes it's just drop 7 steps because that's the deepest drop we have in the book. There's no such thing as a 9-step drop. That doesn't make any sense. So don't do it. And you'll see guys drop all 7 steps and then they're still parked in the back of their offense. Whereas on, say, a 5-step drop like this right here, boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1.502. Like, pop, ba 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 ba. There it is, passing posture. It's sick. It's super sick. I even docked Hurts, I'm seeing, because I should have given him like a 1.3. This is awesome. And so to me, the sad case, and this is, again, it's just your boy's opinion, because again, like look at this 7-step drop. This is ugly. Like, not because Hurts is ugly doing it, but because what is this last step, right? Like, we've seen Hurts do faster, but we're just going to kind of gallop. A lot of the 7-step drops times are a little unreliable just because it's obvious that he's waiting for Devontae Smith to get open at a completely separate window that isn't even there. Sick play by number 25 if you follow the throw, compared to, ooh, I got to get to my drop because I'm throwing to this spot, right? And so what I find more interesting than not about Bagent, let me see, who's this? Oh, it's Carr. Yeah, I thought Cars was awesome. Here's Carr on a 5-step. Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bang. And these are the throws. So like what Bajent would need to show is that he can hit rifle throws. And Bajent can whip it, but this is a throw 15 yards down the field. Can he put the ball? I'll play it in real time. Like, can he seed the ball over the middle a little bit? And wait a minute. Is that the future ceiling for Bajent we're seeing in black and gold with Carr? You got to remember, John, Carr has awesome tools. Like Carr and I don't know, not Drake May, maybe not like JJ McCarthy. I'm trying to think of like a decent comparison for Carr. And John, I just like tools. I am a little bit of a Carr stan because Carr will have these games where it's just like the brain gets unplugged. John, I would argue Carr's biggest issue is that he doesn't have a third read. He goes 1, 2, check down, and that's it. And he can be spooked by pressure pretty easily. It's more that the tools are there. And every time I watch his tape, and now granted, I haven't watched the recent stuff, but like boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, rip down the field. And so nice Jay Cutler. I think Jay was a little bit more of a gunslinger. Like there's some stuff that Carr won't do that I don't think is, man. Anyways, I'm not trying to talk too much about Carr. The point is that like, so for instance, Blue Waves, you talk about how we've seen a few 15-yard bullets from Bagent. I don't know if we have. On the run, we'll see some liners from Bagent. And Exelion, you know what? Maybe at some point. But we may see some liners from Tyson Bagent, especially when he's on the move. But let's see it. Like I'm going to officially put in my request to see a couple of those, right? But I'm not saying he can't. I'm saying based on what we've seen, I'm a little dubious. But also, I don't care. Like, that's the other thing. Tyson Bagent's role is completely different from Justin Fields' role. It is. And if we want to make Tyson Bagent's role Justin Fields' role, because I mean, I guess they are quarterback at the end of the day, like you can, but I would argue Tyson can run a different offense and he can run it really well. Like half the time in the NFL, if you can just play with decent tempo, you'd be amazed what your results can be. Look at this. Steps or like hits the back of his drop, one step up in the pocket, didn't like it, moves over, flicks the ball out. We catch it. We go 1-on-1 with number 5 here. And if we beat him, we've got a first down. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Can you understand, though, why good old Brock Purds was so dominant when this guy is CMC, who automatically wins, right? Like, that's, to me, what is really, like, it is worth remembering is that football's a team game. And if the Bears find this phenom runner, this Saquon Barkley, I mean, honestly, Foreman played really well as a pure runner. But so like a receiving back that's like Alvin Kamara with the ball, then all of a sudden, number 17 is going to be one of the guys who benefits from it the most. Because when you've got a quarterback that will check it down quickly, like it's hard. It's hard in the NFL. It's hard in the NFL to create this kind of space for any weapon on the football field. Any weapon, right? But running backs get it all the time. I mean, remember that it's not even a joke. Like, for everybody who was with me on the other channel, who's one of the best receiving backs in the league? I'm going to take a pull from my water, and you're going to talk about it. But we used to talk about this all the time. Hint, it's a guy who was known for his running, but everybody was wrong. Like, I swear, you got this guy the ball in space, and he automatically broke the first tackle that came to him. Who is it? Come on. I haven't seen the guesses come in yet, but like Christopher said, and yeah, everybody knows, it's Montgomery. Like, David Montgomery was a beast at popping that first tackle and getting downhill. Like, it's awesome. Like, yes, Matthew Brown, that's technically true too. But like, you don't have to have crazy gas to be a check down machine. But suddenly you got Suddenly you got a guy like David Montgomery who could break a tackle because that's what running backs do in space. And boom, the guy was flying downhill. Maybe Roshan is that dude. That would be sick, wouldn't it? And it would be awesome from Roshan Johnson just to see him continue to develop. Anyways, let's get on to play number 4 and see what the Bears have for us. So I thought this play was really, really neat because I don't know quite what the Raiders were doing. Like, I can tell you my guess, right? Because it looks like the Raiders wanted, so common backup quarterbacks. We've all seen this, right? Like, common backup quarterbacks come in and they just run the ball like crazy. They just run it, and then they run it again, and then they run it again, and then they run it again because they don't want their quarterback to have to throw the ball, right? So the Raiders are +1 in the box. We can count it, right? The Bears have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blockers. The Raiders have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 defenders. They are going to motion Robert Tonyan onto the end of the line of scrimmage here. And when they do, his man's going to come with him. So now 1's in the box, right? So now we are 7 on 8, still +1 in the box. So what do the Bears have in store for the Raiders? It's that sweet wide receiver reverse, right? They're going to catch the Raiders overcompensating for whatever the Bears are going to throw at them. They're kind of expecting the Bears to play bully ball. And you asked earlier, I can't remember who it was. I'm so sorry. It was one of the T usernames. But look at the toss. Look at the Raiders. We've got motion. We've got flow. Nobody has actually figured out, maybe this safety has, but not a lot of the guys in the box have figured out that Tyler Scott's coming the other way. And the moment Scott gets the ball, I mean, most of them are out of the play. And kudos to Crosby for crying out loud. Crosby makes Scott take a longer angle than he needs to. And also kudos to 20, who hunts Scott down really, really well. Like, 20 takes a great angle. And if that was a Bears defender, we would be all over this play because he saves Scott, potentially making a cut inside and becoming really dangerous, right? And so I love seeing the speed. Let's go full play. Like, Scott getting use as a weapon inside this offense is, I think, a huge win for this Bears situation. What if the Bears go 3-14? Whatever. At least number 13, he is 13, right? At least number 13 is getting meaningful reps, and he wasn't getting them with Fields in the game. Why would he be, right? If Scott was this major offensive weapon, he would have developed chemistry with Justin Fields earlier, and Justin Fields has chemistry already with Darnell Mooney and DJ Moore. I love Darnell Mooney. You get the vibe that Mooney's not in the future plan. Am I happy about this? No. But if that's the direction we're going, then yeah, we need to accelerate the development of a guy like Tyler Scott and get him more meaningful reps. And no kidding, John. Sometimes I ask that same question. Second down, Bears are just going to run it up the gut. They don't get there. As good as they were, like, the Bears rushing play, or the Bears rushing success was more in aggregate than anything else, right? Like, I'm not actually certain what Jenkins is doing here, because you've got Patrick down blocking, Jenkins pulling around, but also Whitehair's hitting this guy. It's I'm not saying it can't be a play, but it's certainly a weird one. And then 41 says, well, I'm thankful nobody blocked me, and just takes Foreman down. Anyways, the mistakes are still all over both sides, right? But I'm not surprised, John, and thank you, because I didn't get the chance to watch JT's breakdown either. 3rd and 1, here we go. We are just going to run it. And Foreman eats arm tackles this entire football game. Like, Foreman had something to prove again, and he proved it. Like, it is crazy to me watching Darnell Wright, who, again, he's just going to use that right arm insofar as he can. Like, he'll get his left hand out there, but I don't see him trying to use power in that left shoulder so much as he's just going to get what he can with his right hand and make it work, right? From there, Foreman breaks through number 5, goes down, 1st down, go Bears, right? It's basic stuff so far, and I love the toss action, not just because of like the toss itself, but because tosses like that set you up really well for bootlegs in the future. It's a very nice and cohesive look, right? You get the guy opening or like opening his shoulders. Anyways, we could get nerdy here, but honestly, it's that no box we draw nearly every week, right, Donald? Like, it's you say in breakers. It's like nearly anything over the middle of the field. Field seems to struggle with right now. And again, like this is a great play by Tyson Bagent. It is partially because Bagent gets a little bit of a break. If 23 squeezed DJ Moore right here, would he have thrown it to Mooney? I do not know at this stage because he just hasn't done it, right? This is the 2022 Fields conundrum, right? Is it because he's not open or is it because he doesn't want to / can't? Don't know, but he sees this corner midpoint, the receivers, and he's going to throw to DJ Moore, and DJ Moore's going to pick up a really nice, healthy gain. Boom. 6 yards. Thumbs up. Yes, please. Here's it from the other look. You're already mixing a little bit of complementary football in with the run action, trying to keep 41 in a blender. Like, this is good. This is good. Let's see. Oh, exactly, Drex. Throwing to DJ Moore is, like, never a bad idea. Do it all you want. Like, I'm not even critiquing. Let me be so plain, right? It's not about critiquing, but it's begging the question when a friend of yours leans over and says, "You think Bagent's going to be the starter?" And I go, "I don't know." I don't know. There's a couple things we'd want to see if we are, but he's a rookie playing really early. Go for it. Like, and that's the thing. Like, oh man, that'd be so wild, Joe. This play, by the way, I am so sad this didn't work any better. I don't know what. I think it's Blazing Game, who I was just confused by. So, like, look at what this is. Look at what this is, right? Like, we have a 3-on-3 for Velus Jones. Yes, please. Yes, please. Quarterbacking? Yes. Like, I don't know. I think it's obviously just like a call, but at the same time, I never know how much pre-snap manipulation like goes into some of this stuff. And John, I mean, I absolutely think Bagent earned another start. Problem is that with Justin Fields and Tyson Bagent's like destinies colliding a little bit, getting an answer on Justin Fields, if you're still asking that question, is way more important, right? But I digress. We have the 3-on-3. The problem is, and I don't know what the assignments are. I'm not in the coaching room, but you would anticipate that they don't want a double block, like with Kmet and Blazing Game when this linebacker is headed in the direction. And if they do want a double block, then it's definitely on Kmet for allowing so much penetration that Velus can't get outside of the formation. Maybe that was part of the goal, right? Was like that you want to try to get these two blocked on the inside, create a nice little rushing lane to the outside, and then Velus Jones, or like, and then VJ12, like just blasts around that side, and this defender is never a problem. Unfortunately, that's not what happens. Instead, CH Go's latest contributor allows an awful lot of penetration for a tight end on a DB, but I won't ask. Right? Like some of this stuff with Kmet in particular, and like tight ends have it tough, but 5, okay, so at least it's not a DB, it's a linebacker, right? But like we moved to 3rd and 5, and we've seen the 3rd and 5, but like I'm not even playing. If this was Fields, I'd say the same thing. Because that's the thing. Another thing about this is like analysts like me, I feel like I have to tiptoe around everything. Justin Fields to me has been massively disappointing. Like I don't feel like I need to hide that from you guys. I don't think I even have hidden it from you guys. In the world of what did Fields need to be? He needed to be a top 10 quarterback in his 3rd year, right? But in the world of what is he doing, we're looking like we're a top 20 quarterback, sometimes if then. And like maybe we're right on the outside of top 20. Donald, the bottom 12 is weird. That's when you're talking about like Ritter and the current whatever Ryan Tannehill is, and like it gets nasty down there at the bottom, right? But this kind of play, huge. Like this kind of play, 3rd and 5, this point in the game, everybody knew that he had, or that like you need to find a way to get this. In fact, there's probably some people that thought, well, there's no way we're going to, right? It's basic. Tyler Scott does most of the work. Like, I'd tell you if I thought otherwise. Like, boom, bang. We talked about it earlier. Corner has outside leverage, no go. And then Tyler Scott wins his rep in the middle of the field. And I mean, whatever you'd say about this receiver, like rookie, I don't know, DJ Moore, like this is sick. This is sick. And it's wide open. We don't hit it super clean. And I'm not going to ask, right? Like, could we theoretically talk about a yak ball that he's able to catch and try to take up field? I don't care. I've said this on this channel probably 2 years now. Just complete the ball on 3rd and 5. Like, throw the ball to the right read, complete the pass, get the first down, and we'll work on yak later, especially as a rookie. You guys need to prep for me on rookies because I am so forgiving. I think rookies in the NFL, if you heard me talk about Tyreek Stevenson, have you heard me talk about Darnell Wright? Rookies have it tough. You have to play against grown men that are like playing to feed their families. Like, that ain't easy, for crying out loud. And I don't think it's a no-look pass. Like, everybody's talked about how it's a no-look pass. I think it's just a camera angle, right? Because, I mean, he's absolutely looking at him. He just has his feet set really badly. Like, his feet aren't good. So he's throwing it with all arm and core, which I think makes it look like it's no look, but that's fine. Like, was 22 or 21 in the progression? He's later in the progression, NV. Like, Tyler Scott is receiver number 2, and that's why he threw the ball to receiver number 2, because he was wide open. Let's see here. Then you get to 1st and 5. Boom. Quick ball to Darnell Mooney. Why doesn't it work? But in my opinion, it's because Darnell kind of blows the timing up. Like, now granted, this could be all kinds of things, but did you see that? I am nitpicking. We are nitpicking a lot, but you got to remember, when this guy comes across, these guys are watching him, right? And Darnell starts at a sprint, slows down, and the moment he slows down and doesn't just run clean through, it is clear he's getting the ball, right? Like, it is very clear that he's getting the ball. Everybody's prepped for it. It's not a fake, right? So you get these defenders crashing down. You don't get a spectacular block from Bob Tonyan out here. And hey, it's 2 yards. Not every run play is going to work, but it was funny to see that compared to the Tyler Scott play that you'll see later, where Tyler just flies through it. They nail the timing later in the game. But this early one here, you'll watch it in full speed. You can see just that little slow up. People pick this up in the NFL. Like, that's an instinct moment where you go, he's getting the ball. Like, your play recognition clicks from years of playing football. You got 28 and 30-year-old men that have been playing this game for 15 years. Like, they're going to see that. 2nd and 8. And then on 2nd and 8, toss run. Deontay Foreman says, I'm bigger and I am better than you. Like, this is so funny, because what do you see here? What do you see? What do you see from this angle? I want you guys to watch it one more time. I'll play it for you in slow motion, right? If you see what I saw on the broadcast, it looks like Foreman kind of lumbers his way up the middle and then just powers through a bunch of bodies and goes down in a heap, right? Like, awesome. Barbarian runner, battering ram, right? What I think can get lost sometimes, because some guys are so elite and so quick, is even Deontay Foreman's footwork is really good in the hole. Look at this. Like, Foreman makes his cut up field. Sure, it's not like one cut and up, but already he's setting up this tackler, right? Sees him in his peripheral, gets that right foot planted, and he's jump cutting immediately. He's an NFL running back. Like, Diavolo doesn't have a chance. It's a couple quick steps for a bigger man, but whoosh, he's out of there. Like, it's not even breaking an arm tackle, right? Like, it's really good footwork, especially for a man his size. That's not me overhyping it. That's me pointing out that we undervalue how good the average NFL player is sometimes. Like, we could spend so much time watching these guys that we'll treat a guy like Darrington Evans like he's just anybody, or Deontay Foreman like he's just anybody. He is really, really good at football, and he sets up that missed tackle well before I think anybody would have expected it to. And we don't see it because it all happens inside the rushing hole. Now it's 1st and 10. We're going to pull, blazing game across the formation. We don't like what we see. We're going to run for it. We get it free and easy. Fun play with a little bit of that Tyson Bagent magic here at the end. Bagent's starting to feel it. How many hard plays has Bagent had since he converted the 3rd down? Who cares? Like, to me, that's part of what quarterbacking is, right? You don't know how many opportunities you're going to have. You don't know how many plays your team is going to need from you. You just make them one at a time, right? And in Bagent's case, that's what he's doing. Like, the Bears are, I think they drop here. It looks like they want like a curl flat kind of thing. I'm not obsessed with Cole Kmet's route at this point. But you've got like curl flat with a dig over the back, right? And so we take a look, they cover it, right? The Raiders just have it blanketed. Whatever. So Bagent looks, he goes, no, definitely not. Not really. And then let's take a look at what Mooney's doing. Mooney has no idea what he's doing. I've watched this one before. Like, take a look at number 11. You tell me what route this is, right? Boom. Blocking. Just kidding. It's, I guess I'll curl here. I don't know what he was doing. I have no idea. And I don't think he does either. So Bagent sees that we've got a blown play and says, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to create. Good on him. Really good pocket tempo. Rewards him here. Makes this look like he knows that Foreman's either going to draw the one-on-one and he's going to run it, or this guy's going to sit on Bagent and he's going to throw it over the top. He's ready for both. Hits him with the pump fake. Keeps it on him. 1st down. Right? And Donald, it's so funny because part of the reason he's making it easy is fundamentals. Fundies. You know what I'm saying? Like, snap. There it is. Get through the reads. Watch his head. We go snap, read 1, read 2, read 3. What is Mooney doing? I'm just going to get out of here, right? And that's in slow motion. Like, how fast is this in real time? There is 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, not even 3 Mississippi, and we are out. And what does that save? Watch Darnell Wright on this play. I know we're doing a bunch of rewinding and fast forwarding. Hope that's fine for everybody. But so Darnell Wright on this play is trying to hang on for his life. Like, again, doing battle with one arm against Max Crosby. Why does it work? Because the quarterback gets the heck out of there. Like, he's gone. We're not waiting any longer. If we hold on to this ball in the pocket for 3.5 seconds, we are getting hit. Not only are we getting hit, but if a certain somebody just parks it at the top of his drop and stares at, I don't know, blazing game. I don't know who Fields would pick to just stare at. I was about to say that, Donald. If we park it here, Max Crosby is right about to dive and swat the ball out of our quarterback's hands. Like, this could be a drive killer. Instead, it's 10 yards because we're playing with tempo, and tempo is a good thing. It doesn't have to be hard. Not when we don't make it hard. Now, if you hear people like me or anybody talk about Bagent's limitations, the only reason we bring those up is because the Raiders did an awfully bad job of taking anything away. The Bears were getting whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted it. Because when you can make plays like this, you're going to do just fine. Like, this play, you can't even make it up, right? This is a toss-out run. It's get out there and brawl, right? Like, I mean, there's nothing crazy special about this. It looks to me like it's just a zone block, or like it's just a zone block scheme to the left. Whitehair and Patrick trip on each other, so they're out of the play. Now you've got a lead blocker in Blazing Game. He's going to try to kick Cole Kmet out. Foreman makes this play work, finds space, cuts up field, hits the truck stick, folds number one, and then plows forward for another crucial 7 yards in the end zone. Like, man, like that is such a good run. And Cole Kmet, man, like the dude is a teammate of teammates. He has some epic celebrations for his guys in this game, right? But so, censored, which game are you talking about? Because are you talking about the Green Bay game? Like, because that's the thing. I've heard that same narrative, and there's a big difference, right? Let's be so clear, censored. If we're talking about, like, first of all, the time to throw obviously is pretty different between the two. But also, if we're talking about Green Bay, you're talking about a year 3 starter that was running plays that generated shots downfield, and we didn't attempt a lot of them. Instead, we checked the ball down, scored 6 points, right? So I haven't seen a game like this for Justin Fields. Now, Justin Fields games involve some sexy throws, right? Like, because Donald, that's not totally fair either. When Justin Fields wins, he's winning with a lot of pocket time and usually an open first read wide receiver, but he's making throws that truly not a lot of guys can make. Like that throw he made rolling out against Denver to his left, where he then just steps back and sizzles a ball to DJ Moore. That is a seed, right? The slot fade ball that he had to DJ Moore, that's a seed. Like Fields can throw the ball in plenty of cases. It's not the distributor thing, right? But that's more of like a stylistic difference. And because censored, that's the thing with Fields right now. What I feel like we're getting, just so we're all on the same page, because I guess it is kind of the discussion, and then we're just going to dig into more of the film stuff. I do feel like these sessions are simultaneously like Bears therapy, Bears film, Bears future. They can get kind of goopy, right? But so with Fields, we either get good Fields, and good Fields is more like great Fields, or we get bad Fields, and bad is more like unbearable. It's totally just my opinion, but there's no middle. Like, you either get Tampa, you either get Minnesota, or you get Washington, or you get Denver. And that sort of stretches back to last year. It's not exactly the same, but Miami couldn't stop him. Dallas couldn't really stop him. Like, then all of a sudden, the Lions close the book. And it's Philly 2022 was middle Fields, but I mean, I even thought it was good Fields in plenty of cases. The team just let him down, right? And I'm not saying Bagent exists in the middle. This isn't really about Bagent. It's more like within Justin Fields, we have this, if they don't read the book on Fields, this is what it feels like to me. This is what Robert Schmitz, a guy on the internet, is worried about. It feels like there's a book out on Fields. And if you don't check it out on the library, then yeah, you're going to get pantsed. Like, if you let DJ Moore, let Justin Fields do what he's good at, you're going to get rocked, right? And if you do, you can rock him. And the main thing, censored, you got to also remember is, first of all, a lot of people are, in a sense, overreacting. Like, I'm not trying to. I don't think anybody here is trying to, right? But I get what you're saying, because you got guys like Mark Carman. I like Mark. I know Mark personally. He went from 3 weeks ago, being a major part of an I Stand with Justin Fields video, to now he's like trying to choo-choo the Bagent for QB1 train. Like, a lot of people are handling seeing a different quarterback in the offense. They're taking it hard, right? Like, is that a fair way to put it? Help me find a fairer way if it isn't. Because it's not that, I don't know, it's not that Fields has been super duper bad. That's not really fair. He's had 2 of his best games. They're surrounded by a sweet cast. He's just been really inconsistent. Actually, that's the scarier part. He's been really consistent. It's just a matter of, does the defense ask him to do what he isn't good at yet? And if they do, the game kind of spins out of control. And if they don't, the game it honestly feels kind of dominates. Like Denver feels dominated. Like Washington feels dominated. And um, let's see, right, Jason? It does feel and like, and so I think that there are plenty of people, and there's no problem with this. Everybody that are looking at Bajent and they're like, why can't this guy be the guy? And it's like, ah, I do think it's a little more complicated than that. Like there are way too many games. We've all watched them where the Bears will stuff the run from somebody. Like we'll hold blank team to 40 yards rushing and their quarterback will grind out 23 key points and it's enough to beat Chicago on that day. That's the starter's job. The starter is the starter is your break the bank offense. When somebody needs to carry the offense, it's your starting quarterback. And a day like today, the offense carried itself. They didn't need Bajent to be more than a role player, and that rules. That's usually the mark of a healthy offense. If anything, everybody, a game like this may be an argument against Getsy sucks, but I don't really want to go there because I'm not trying to be toxic. Honestly, the Bears situation is a hotbed for toxicity, right? Because any time where you just have to point fingers and try to ask what's wrong, like you're going to end up having to point it at somebody. And there's a contingent of Bears fans. That's the other thing, Akusai. It is an argument against the team has no talent, but I would argue we knew the team had talent for a little while. And you're totally right, John. You can think about it like Tyson Bagent asks his team to win him the game, but by distributing the ball quickly, we'll go over a couple of these plays. You can see that the teammates get extra opportunity, like they literally get an extra half second to make a play that in some other cases, maybe they don't, right? And you're totally right, Grant. More that the Bears were able to score 24 offensive points, though the Raiders certainly helped because the Raiders' inability to generate nearly anything was a huge boon. Kudos to 75. He did, Turu. Like 75, 65, and 62. It's the three guys that you expected to just dominate this game, right? Right? Like they're the guys who make the way. Foreman powers through an arm tackle. He's into the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown, Bears. Right? They did two-stop. Let me see. And that's the thing. Like, hang on. So, Mario, you mentioned all I'm worried about is whether or not Arizona might have sneakily locked up number one. Hey, I'm just saying, Mario, the Arizona Cardinals seem like they are hell-bent on legitimately building around Kyler Murray. And I think Kyler is kind of a boss. And if the Pats can upset, hang on. So, because I know schedule's the big thing, right? So, if we're looking at the rest of their schedule, right? Let's say they get, so they'll probably lose to Baltimore, and we knew that, right? And they'll probably lose to Cleveland, and we knew that. So, let's say they get Kyler back right here, right? Kyler. Can they? Jody, thank you so much. I don't know why it's not popping up, but I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. So we're taking a look at the rest of this. Like, how many of these games could the Arizona Cardinals win? I think that they are 50-50 in this game against Atlanta. They could easily be competitive with that team. Then against Houston, that Houston team's looking pretty good, but they should be competitive with that team. Divisional game against Los Angeles. They could easily be competitive with this team. I'm not even pretend. I don't think I'm faking this. Like, once you get Kyler Murray back, a lot could change, right? And this Pittsburgh team, they keep winning, but they're going to fall back to earth, and they're winning a lot of games. Math says it's going to happen eventually, right? San Francisco, we're going to mark them down as a loss. They could be competitive in that game too, because the divisional games get weird. I don't think the Patriots beat Buffalo if they're not divisional, right? But they are. And so then you've got the Chicago game. And I mean, right now we're going to mark that as competitive. But if the bottom falls out in Chicago for whatever reason, that could turn very quickly. And then Arizona is in Seattle's division, right? Like, that's another divisional game that was just really close for the majority of it. And so that could easily be competitive, even if even if Philly isn't. I actually think that this stretch of the Cardinals season, while difficult, it's got like 3 wins written on it to me. And that's if they don't beat the Bears. Like, if they do beat the Bears, they could be as high as 4 wins, in my opinion. But we'll see. Like, it's more Mario. I've been impressed with the football that the Cardinals have been playing. They've reminded me a lot of Houston, just without the quarterback that's going off out of absolutely nowhere. Like, their defense is making it work, which really surprises me because they don't have a ton of talent. Their offense is scoring here and there, and their scheme is a lot of fun. And if they get Kyler back, and Kyler looks, Damo, how you doing? Pretty healthy, maybe they make some noise, but not like a ton of noise, just some noise. And Donald, if there's something that should scare you about Carolina, it's that the NFL, like, a team doesn't stay last forever, right? Like, when you are the worst defense in the NFL, you suddenly turn around like Denver did and become a bad defense, and somebody else takes over the worst. When the Bears are playing abysmal football, they're going to check themselves, play more man coverage, and end up playing better defense. Like, almost a dead cat bounce, right? It just seems like it's a trend that happens within football, that the horrible doesn't stay horrible forever. The big thing for Carolina could be if they trade Brian Burns. Like, if they actually go in that direction and guys move at the deadline and Jeremy Chin, it stays off the team, like, et cetera, then you're talking about a different team. And like you're saying, then they may get better while also taking a step down. And so you end up at pretty much the same level of play. But we'll see. I'm not going to convince myself they're going over until basically ever. Like, I'm gonna cross my fingers for it, but they're close. And that's the thing. Let's see. Solidify the coaching as was done for players, and we are aces. By solidify the coaching, Tim, do you mean change coaches? Because that's what I want. Anyways, so second drive, we get a little short motion, and we run a play called duo wrap. I'm a big fan of this. Check this out, okay? So from a blocking perspective, it's duo, right? You got boom. Come on. Boom. So bang, bang, bang. He's just going to go get him, right? But instead of hitting the A gap, as you commonly do on duo, you are going to wrap this play this way and make it not counter, not like literally counter, but similar. Watch the footwork here, because I think it's rad. Like, you've got all this duo footwork going on from the offensive line. Oh my gosh, I suck at this so bad. You've got a safety and a linebacker sucking up, trying to get into the run fit. Why wouldn't they be, right? You've got Tyler Scott coming this way to effectively lead block for somebody that they don't realize is headed that way. And then suddenly the running back takes a sharp turn to the left. Scott is going to kick the man out, and Evans is free, right? Like, this is awesome, in my opinion. It's so cool. Like, misdirection within the run game, especially when it works, kicks ass. And the Bears did a lot of it, which I think was really cool. And I don't know where it's been. I don't know why it hasn't been there. The Bears seemed like they had an emphasis on trying to pass to win, whereas in this game, they just emptied the mag. They were like, let's run toss crack. Let's run duo wrap. Let's run outside zone. Let's toss it and then hit the inside. And bang. First down, baby. I think. Let me see. Snap. Oh, yeah. Easy first down. Easy first down. Look at all the space this creates. Toss. Flow. We're headed that way. It's gussied up like crack. You see this? Like, boom. Everybody's moving this way. Mooney's selling the crack block. We've pulled so many defenders out of the hole. And now all it is a mano 41 versus Kari Blazing game, and all Evans has to do is go wherever space is. Honestly, Lucas Patrick does a pretty doggone good job. Or like sorry, I said that backwards. He doesn't do a very good job. If Lucas Patrick seals 95 at all, you're talking about a major run gash. And suddenly it's a safety one-on-one with Evans that could very well bolt in a different direction. And so it's you still end up with a first down, but you can see the space, the way that the Bears. I hope you're seeing this. I think it's Turu, like these tossing actions, this commitment to all these different run looks. Not only do they put a bunch of stuff on tape, but they keep the Raiders defenders guessing. And all it's trying to do is generate a couple plays where you take the wrong first step. And if you do that, maybe, just maybe, the Bears hit one more block and generate a massive chunk play. Or you can hit these, like basic Omaha route, right? Like here it's just an out. That's it. Like first read, snap, show them we can quick pass. Bang, it's out. And then how did he do on anticipation? We're winding up to throw as the break happens. Like this is pretty good. Like ball released as he's coming out of his break. Well and in time. Literally nothing the DB can do. This is a really nice play. It's a quick out, but it's a really nice play. And these plays really help the offensive line overall. And that's the thing, Tumultuous. I don't know what changed. I don't know why it comes and goes. Woo, does Tyson, are you saying mesh better with this team than JF1? Because honestly, Woo, I think like Jordan Poole on Golden State, good player, just didn't fit the best with Draymond. I think so. I'm not going to make any statements one way or another because I don't know and I don't want to guess. Right, Khalid, how you doing? What's going on? I think that the team can rally around. Let's pick our guy up. Right. I'm not saying they can't do that for Justin. They can absolutely do that for Justin. But with a guy like Tyson Bagent, there's that little bit extra, right? Like the Chiefs aren't thinking, let's pick up Patrick Mahomes, right? They're thinking, Pat's got us. Like Pat and Travis have us. We do our jobs. They're going to win, right? Boom, toss out. It looks like Whitehair and Borum kind of missed their blocks right here. 75, 65, like neither of them really get their guy, and it looks like it's number 91, Bilal Nichols, that's able to kind of track somebody down. And that's another thing, Donald. It is a team game, and at the end of the day, your results ought to more be how many points you put on the board. Like, it's this I thought was really neat. It looks on purpose, by the way. With all the misdirection that the Bears have been running, it would not surprise me at all if they deliberately lined up in the tush push so that they could get guys flying over the top and just find a spot to bury yourself. Because Mooney doesn't push him so much. Maybe it's all Tyson. Maybe. Because those guys do go to push him. But Tyson finds space. Easy first down. And he doesn't get his head taken off. Because, man, Crosby was about to kill him. First and 10. I loved this. So many good looks in this game. So many good looks in this game. And the Bears call a draw, which you just don't see that often in today's NFL. And it's a huge bummer that Tevin Jenkins gets called for a hold. That's absolutely a hold. Or it's not Tevin Jenkins. It's 85. Thank you, Cole Kmet, for holding right here. But man, look at this space. Like you get him with, or you catch him with one thing that they were doing just all throughout this game. The Raiders were really, really committed to playing too high, which the Bears were like, okay, you sure? And just kept gashing him on the ground. And so they widen out the formation a little bit, but it's nothing crazy. And Darrington Evans takes advantage, rips off a 15-yard gainer. Rough day for Darrington Evans, who had probably three major runs all called back, which is just a bummer for the guy, right? If you ask me, it is a hold, by the way. But that's how it goes. Let's see. Maybe the Raiders didn't know Fields wasn't playing. Huh. I don't know. So 1st and 20. I really liked this. It looks to me. Right? So it's just an in, right? But so if you take a look pre-snap, it's got the vibe of a single high look. And then the moment everything starts to close down, it's as if the Raiders are transitioning to cover 0. Like it looks like a blitz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys going minimum. Where this backer's got the running back. This guy's in man. This guy's in man. This guy's rotating over, also in man. And so Tyson's going to throw this, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that he did this absolutely on purpose. The moment Mooney is coming across, he's open. But if I leave a ball up high, my guy's going to get hit, right? So we have to place this thing relatively low so that our guy can go down for it and protect himself. That's exactly where this ball is. Now, do we know? Are we sure it's absolutely accurate? I don't know. I'll leave that to you to decide. But you can, like, the fact that 25 crashes down on this and then freezes is him making a mistake. The moment you see it's a blitz, you know it's a cover 0 look. You know that your guy's getting collapsed on. Making a safe throw over the middle is never a bad thing. Just to be sure your guy's all right. Mooney does a good job going down to get it, and the Bears go from 1st and 20 to 2nd and 9. I think this is huge. The Bears have dug themselves into bigger holes on 1st and 20 a lot. Also, by the way, more let's see, he didn't like the placement but blame Mooney for going low. I'm wondering, that's the thing. Quinn, how you doing? Like, it looks to me like he's trying to keep his guy safe. That's what I see, but I could absolutely be wrong because these two are so, let's see, like, he knows it's going to be tight enough. You can see his hand. You can't see Mooney yet, right? And so maybe he's just not thinking that it's going to be this like crazy yak ball, and I don't blame him. You need the completion more than you need the attempt for yak, but anyways, for more fuel to the fire of was Darnell Wright playing with one arm, here, number 3 goes for an inside move, and Wright has no answer, right? Like, we don't see the left arm show up really at all. Like, I don't think it's there. And so his shoulder is hurt. I hope he's all right. I really do. But we don't move the chains, but we're back in a healthy down and distance, right? Now we're going to move Mooney across. Quick ball. Is this open now? Probably, if you ask me. Like this ball to DJ Moore, I would think so. Is this ball to Mooney open? Is he running a corner? Debatable. You could argue maybe it is, maybe it isn't. If you were able to just drive this throw over the top of the corner and keep it away from this safety, maybe. But honestly, that's tough, right? That said, Bagent's able to get the ball to DJ Moore. So a play that maybe it could be a positive, but now it's certainly not a negative, isn't a negative, right? And Bagent's ability to keep himself out of trouble was really, like, it did a lot for him. Because suddenly 2nd and 9 becomes 3rd and 6 instead of 3rd and 9, right? There's a lot of plays we're going to run on 3rd and 6. And we choose a screen and it doesn't work. Right? Like, drop back, it's a screen, it's covered up immediately, L, right? It's just not there. And that's not exactly Bagent's fault. And so we're not going to make it Bagent's fault. But it was just funny to see that solid management keeps the Bears on schedule. We don't get the right play as that, right? And that's the thing. John, you're absolutely right, but refs nearly never call this. Like, you as the running back, have to fight to make it plain you're getting held because you are never getting that call, right? Also, John, I am interested. Like, what was JT's general impression of Tyson Bagent? It doesn't. It's not going to change, I guess. My opinion. I'm asking guy to guy more than like guide me, JT. But I imagine. I don't know. I'm curious if only because I'm wondering if JT took it from the perspective of is Tyson Bagent better than Justin Fields, or did he just grade Bagent as Bagent? But I'm more than anything, I'm just morbidly curious. So here's the sudden change, right? This is right after the turnover, and we're gonna kick this off with another warrior run to Deontay Foreman. And like you're saying, Prabhat, like you've got a ton of guys in the box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Single high. Clamps right here. Should see more of this going forward. Because if Bagent can't expand where he's. If I was against Tyson Bagent right now, I would try to make him make a throw to DJ Moore down the field. Like I would want him to go pop, 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 and rainbow the ball, and I would take my chances. Because if you got that ball to hang, then my safety can range over and pick it off, right? And so within that, like, let's see, the Bears beat out SF and KC in a massive bat. Oh, that's a decent way to put it, Donald. I do think that Bagent saw the the ability to play as a positive, and hey, he found it. That makes sense, John. Total sense. Like doing a little more than just the play call says you can. But within this, the really interesting part was that the Raiders played 8 in the box and they would just lose. Like it's not as if Whitehair and Patrick make perfect blocks. Whitehair's about to get shredded right here. Boom. But the Bears were able to run the ball very effectively, even with the Raiders geared up to stop them from doing exactly that, which that is something I just don't know if that's going to continue. Maybe it will. Like, as the Bears' offensive line gets healthier, that's sweet. But a 7-yard run against an 8-yard box? Yes, please. Like, that, you can win a lot of ball games with 7-yard runs against 8-yard boxes. And if you keep that up, it's going to set up all kinds of things for you on second down. Now, you take an L on the next down, you get only just like 2. You get 2 yards because Larry Borum doesn't get much and Tevin Jenkins can't really kick out number 58. Like, okay. 3rd and 1. This was everybody laughed. You know what play this is. I'm pretty sure Bagent sees a look so he's canning right here. He's going to get to a wide receiver sweep, and it's the sweep we talked about earlier where I think Scott really nails the timing, right? And I think Bagent sees a 2-on-2 out here. Now, the NFL is a little different than Shepherd University, and this player right here, I think, and the edge rusher stay in the play. So it ends up being a 4-on-2 in a lot of ways. And it could have gone really badly, but kudos to Tyler Scott. He does, I think, a really good job with this ball of getting deep, getting around the defender. I think it might be Crosby, but I cannot remember. And picking up the first down. It is Crosby. And everybody points that out, John. I think this is really hard for the corner. I think, if anything, Kmet and Mooney both do a pretty doggone good job here of like making something work, right? Because Mooney gets a big piece of this man, and then Cole Kmet is able to take 41 out of the play, and Marcus Peters is stuck, right? Because as much as you say that, Damo, I mean, what is your other option? Like, look at this. Marcus Peters. So I'm trying to think from the perspective of what would I do if the jerseys were flipped and this was what's the guy's name? Guy who just got traded, Mecole Hardman, right? Just flying around the edge. Well, if you set this too hard, dude is just gonna run around you, right? So Marcus Peters probably could give a little better effort, but he's trying to squeeze him. And then when Scott cuts up field, like Scott basically keeps his edge really, really wide, right? And then when Peters finally puts that right foot down, right here, Scott's got his left foot down, and you're going to see him plant, get up the field, and catch Marcus Peters well out to the right. Now, could this guy, Marcus Peters, get his arm out further and make a better arm tackle attempt? Probably. But seriously, my opinion, the CB's hosed. Kudos to Darnell Mooney. It's a good play by Scott Donald, but it's another one of these invisible plays by Kmet and Mooney for getting their guys out of the play. Because as soon as 21 or 41 affects this more than they do, you got no shot. Like, at that point, you got two guys that you can close the ball carrier in on, and there's nowhere to go. I'll give an extra hat tip here to Mooney, who fully stops the momentum of his man, at least in terms of the play, and becomes a wall between himself, his man, and where the ball is going at this stage. Kudos to you, Darnell. And from there, Tyler Scott just makes it work as a ball carrier, gets upfield, first down Bears. Love it. I would argue it's Jimmy's and Joe's, X's and O's. If you told me that Tyson Bagent said, nah, man, I trust Tyler to go get me that first down, kudos. I mean, that's a good decision, right? Khalid, I wouldn't be too surprised, but also whether we get destroyed or not is just going to depend on, whether the Bears get destroyed against the Chargers is going to depend on all 10 of the guys that are not Tyson Bagent. Look, to me, what is the difference between a really good backup quarterback and a really good starting quarterback? A starting quarterback brings his own level of danger. A backup quarterback generally makes his teammates better and wins through his teammates, right? Brock Purdy might be the best example of this backup archetype. You could argue he's a backup quarterback so good that he starts because what he does is just feature his weapons like left and right. Throw the ball to Brandon Ayuk. He's going to get it for you. Throw the ball to George Kittle. He's going to get it for you. Like, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the thing, Tim. I'm with you. Where, like, I don't see Tyson Bagent. Now, I don't know if he's going to play a perfect game forever, right? But all Purdy's going to do is set you up for simple stuff. Like, look at this. The Bears have been running the ball so well that when they fake this run fake out of the I formation, just like Donald was saying, we're in I formation under center. He was like, oh, yes, so were the Raiders. Look at all this crash. Look at all this crash. You want to talk about living in a defense's head? You get a little bit, one of my favorite pieces about this, right, is Tevin Jenkins pulling right here, 76. And so because he pulls, you get like, because he pulls, you've got this vision of a hole that's being formed. It reflects a power run, right? And so you've got, boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, probably 8, I probably miscounted, defenders that are just crashing down. And what's Mercedes Lewis doing? It's interesting because he looks like he's coming out to block, doesn't he? But he's slipping behind the defensive line. It's a basic way to do this, but I've seen so many of these. You've seen so many of these where they're going to have Cole Kmet motion at the snap and then pop into the flat from there. And everybody reads it. Everybody reads it, right? Like, everybody reads that, and the safety drives down, and they just light Cole up, right? And instead, you're going to get Mercedes to the flat through traffic, which I'm a big fan of. Like, to me, it's nice design. It's not uncommon design. This design is all over the NFL, but it's a way better route into the flat because the first guy to notice it is 96, who is already lost, right? Like, he already knows he can't get to Mercedes Lewis. And so by the time Bagent's throwing to Lewis, he is almost literally uncovered. This is a bust, right? Like, he's wide open. And so all Bagent has to do, turn around, flick, and boom, we've got a 39-year-old man in wide open space, and he trucks us down to the 2-yard line. It's cohesive. It may not work if the Bears' run game isn't flowing, but it's cohesive. And on a day like today, it's awesome. And that's the thing, John, because you got to remember, we'd say the same thing about Fields, where if this is open, that's your one, and this is your two read. And so while Komet might be open and the throw might be a better, like a cooler throw, right? Like you're going to hit read number one because that's the first place you're looking. Like, and if you get that throw to the flat, yeah, got to remember what down it is too. Like everybody forgets how much is controlled by down and distance. Your decision making on first down is often completely different, right? On third down, you have to make the big play. On second down, you may be looking for the big play. Sometimes you'll take a shot on first down, and it's usually pretty easy to tell when you are, right? But on first down, so many offenses are going to just try to replace a run play. This is literally, in my opinion, it's an extension of the run game. Like, yes, you've got Komet because if somebody drives on this, right, then Komet may be absolutely hilariously open. And at that point, you're like, yes, you're going to absolutely look for him. It's so funny because if Bagent threw this ball to Cole Komet, I do wonder if this safety would get down on it. Like, just NFL safeties are crazy. Like, you throw that ball, he's still watching it. It looks open, but like Bryce Young has thrown interceptions, making similar mistakes. Like that safety isn't turn and run. Like he turns and runs there, but he's spying Bagent up until he sees that arm move. And then I think he was watching Mooney, but I'm not, I can't be sure. Right? Let's see from this angle. Let's see if we can see the safety. Yeah, he's got eyes inside. And if theoretically we were looking at Komet, I would look off because I would assume this safety has him. And I bet you the safety is looking, and I don't know. I'm giving too much credit and using the clicker too much. We can just admit it. But then Mercedes is going to push his way down to the field. I mean, yeah, absolutely, Donald. This is just a straight gotcha. 3rd and 3. I can't remember if they just bully it in. Oh, they try a quick little DJ Moore ball. And honestly, like, you could argue that DJ Moore is open here. And certainly, just saying, even at this stage, like, chances are that Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, the Fields that we wanted to see could just freaking smoke this, right? Like, I don't think Bagent has the sauce in his arm to just rip this thing to the pylon and let DJ go get it. But if he does, I'd love to see it. Damkesh, Demetric, you asked me, what does Tyson need to do to prove that he's more than a backup? Throw a couple fastballs, right? Get the ball into a couple tight windows that aren't those like first read quick outs. Quick game rules. I love what Tyson Bagent's doing, but there's a throw, like what I've seen too many starters do is convert a couple throws or throw with crazy anticipation into windows that make defenses say, man, we did it right and we still got beat, right? Yeah, right, Drex. Now, I do agree with Tim Jenkins and nearly any other quarterback analyst. I think we can make this throw to Darnell Mooney eventually, right? But whatever. So is what he said about coach saying he's not supposed to throw long, just gamesmanship? Did he say that? Maybe. Or maybe, honestly, that it's his coach is just like being worried, to be honest. Let's see. He has to throw behind this linebacker and in front of the safeties once all this dink and dunk is getting sat on. Exactly, Grant. It's that intermediate area. And honestly, Grant, there's a chance that he can. Like, right. Exactly, John. And you got to remember, there are two ways to approach this. Like, you've got velo, and then you've got anticipation. And you could do either. Like, if you want to be Tua, like, then you go plus, even though you're minus over here. If you want to be Josh Allen, then you're going to go plus. Actually, it's more like Justin Herbert, who's going to be like plus, even though early in your career, you were minus over here. Like, Then you get some guys like Patrick Mahomes, where when he wants to be, he's plus plus with a plus over here, and that makes him maybe the GOAT. Like it's it's funny because velo and anticipation are two routes to the same plays. Like another way to throw a cover two hole shot is to throw it hilariously early. Like the moment you see that safety drop back, like pop, 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 throw. And you just put the ball on a spot and let your guy go run a corner route to get to the ball. Bryce Young threw one of those in the preseason this last year, or like just recently to Thielen in that third preseason game where he knew Thielen was going to win the corner. So he just released it crazy early. And Stroud's had a couple of crazy early throws too. So there are totally ways to do this. Totally ways to do this. And Bagent can't. If he doesn't, whatever. Like the other thing that I think is just kind of goofy is even if Bagent looks pretty good, if the Bears end up with, so Tim, only talk about the draft because I don't know, I guess everybody's stuck on it, right? But so if the Bears end up with a top 10 draft pick and they're out on Justin Fields, they're going to draft somebody. They're going to draft somebody. It's a somewhat moot conversation is I think what I'm trying to get at. And Donald, I don't disagree about like his arm strength itself isn't bad. Here's Foreman just getting into the end zone, bully ball. But his throwing form is all in the wrist right now. So we're not driving the ball, which is fine. Like we've frankly seen that sometimes you can try too hard to drive the ball. The NFL subsists on these like incredibly or the NFL subsists on incredibly short little quick throws, just like the throws that Bagent hit this whole game. What time is it? It's 10? Okay. Well, okay, you got to remember, John, everybody's going to go through the same Google, right? Let's see. What does Bagent look at? He's late. I don't actually know why Bagent doesn't throw to the flat. Like, this seems to me like just slant flat, like dragon, right? And so I would have expected him to throw to the flat. And then who knows? Maybe they would have picked up a bunch of yards. Maybe 23 would have gotten off of this. But it looks like he thinks about it. He doesn't throw it for some reason. He's late getting to Darnell Mooney right here. And then he says, hell, I botched this. I'm going to get out. And ironically, I also wonder if he's got a similar ball to Mooney here that he hit to DJ Moore earlier. I'll back it up a little bit more just so that we're all good and fair, right? But he's a rookie. We found a positive play. Nothing wrong with finding a positive play, is there? Like, boom, we move the chains a little bit. Like, we get 6 yards on first down. We made a mistake, but we still turned it into a positive, which for a rookie, sure. Like, it's so key to talk about the context in all this. And here's another example. Man, what a beast, right? Let's see, is this the back view? Here's Darnell Wright going to war with one arm. Pop, latch, you're done. Bang. And that's the thing. To me, Donald, like, okay, so we kind of hit on this. I don't know if I said it explicitly, but all that talk we did earlier about Bagent's footwork compared to other pros, the general gist of what I recognized is Bagent's footwork is in line with other starters. It's not better than, it's not worse than, it's in line with other starters. Does that make Bagent a starter? Let's look at Nathan Peterman's footwork. I don't mean that literally. Like, let's look at Gardner Minshew's footwork. Let's look at, I don't know, name your favorite backup. Do you expect their footwork to be really slow? Right? And so within those plays, or within that package, right? As we look through, oh, wow, seems like a lot of these quarterbacks have faster feet than Justin Fields. We start to say, Bagent might be playing, like, I wonder if Bagent's play that, Donald, to use an example, you're so excited about, as you should be, is the small I indictment on Fields that some people, I don't know if you needed it. I don't know if you wanted it. I'm not trying to go there, right? It's more like Tyson Bagent did a lot of things that are pretty normal on an NFL football field, but they've been made to look abnormal over or by the other quarterback in Chicago. And that's the thing, Drex. It's not to say that yeah, because some backup quarterbacks honestly do fast feet for a reason. But it's to me, Tyson Bagent did a bunch of stuff so well. I am so happy with the way Tyson Bagent played. He is a UDFA. I had no expectations. The UDFA play that I expect is closer to Caleb Haney. And instead, Tyson Bagent looked efficient. He looked competent. He looked like he was not at all like afraid of the moment. That's really positive. Exactly like you're saying, Q. Like he was just working towards the next play. He was keeping things efficient. And it's not that I'm trying to dunk on Tyson Bagent. That's not it at all. It's more like I think a lot of the things that we are enamored with Tyson Bagent are pretty normal. And that's okay. Like it is okay to say Tyson Bagent is a really good quarterback. It's also okay to just beg the question. Tyson Bagent's a really good quarterback, and a lot of these things that I'm really impressed with, why can't our starter do them? Right? I think that's the stronger question. Why is hitting your second read over the middle of the field on third down different than what you should expect? If the offense is getting that throw open, we should be throwing it. Don't we agree? Like, if you gave Lamar Jackson that throw, is he finding Tyler Scott? Yes. If you give Josh Allen that throw, is he finding Tyler Scott? Almost assuredly. I mean, I'd be shocked if he didn't, right? If you give, I don't know, Kirk Cousins that throw, is he finding it? Yes. If you give Ryan Tannehill that throw, is he finding it? Yes. How many quarterbacks do I have to name before we go from, wow, that's a really good throw, to, wow, that's a really good throw? And it's a throw that most quarterbacks are going to make. And that's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. That is a great thing. Didn't even say it a sixth time. But to me, it does call into question. Okay, the best way I could put this. So far, and I'm not trying to come after Bagent. I'm having so much fun. Like, I really like watching him. I really do. I love watching backup quarterbacks. I still love watching Nick Foles. He's out of the league now. But like Gardner Minshew, like backup football, I love it. It makes me smile. It's like very few negative plays. It's a guy trying to exceed his limits. It's awesome. It's so fun. To me, this kind of play is what football is all about in many ways. And it's what makes Patrick Mahomes so dangerous, because Patrick Mahomes can play like a backup quarterback, and then all of a sudden he steps up in the pocket and hits a 25-yard perfect corner route on the run, and you go, oh my gosh, he is not of this world. Like, Patrick Mahomes, especially over the years, has cleaned up a lot of his own negative plays while still adding the positive plays. It's what makes him so good. But anyways, getting back to it, like, and it, I say this with all positivity. To me, the moment that Justin Fields is in a legitimate competition with Tyson Bagent, it's already over, right? And I don't know if we're there yet, but I don't know if I'm saying that only because it's just week 7, right? Like, Fields has played 2 of the most statistically successful games of his career this year. They were like 2 weeks ago. To throw the baby out with the bathwater this early in the season, where he's still the stated starter, seems like we're rushing. We might be probably right. We really might be. But it still feels like we're rushing, right? But Christopher, I'm with you. To me, Bagent coming into this game and making this offense look well more than functional. Like, I don't want to say the Bears offense looked dangerous, but it looked cohesive. The players looked like they were having fun. Everybody touched the ball. Like, the ball got spread around. People made plays. We're going to get to, I promise, I'm going to get quicker and we're going to go through this. But you got plays out of Kari Blasingame. You got plays out of Deontay Foreman in the passing game. You got a big third down conversion by Darrington Evans. DJ Moore dropped a ball in the end zone and we converted the next play. It's so funny looking at this game because Christopher, to your exact point, that's the nightmare. That's what Fields couldn't see. I think we all knew it. But there were some people, I just think to myself, that wanted to see Bagent go in there and do nothing. Get smoked, right? That's not what happened. And to your point, well, here's the scary part, Donald, is, in my opinion, it's lose-lose for Justin Fields. That's just my opinion, right? Because if Justin Fields comes back against New Orleans and after 2 weeks, back up. Justin Fields wins, or not Justin Fields, Tyson Bagent wins against Los Angeles. Do you think Justin Fields really gets the ball against New Orleans? I doubt it. The regime would suddenly be 2-0 with this quarterback and 1-5 with that one. I doubt it. So maybe he does, but I doubt it. Anyways, let's say that that's the thing, Ben. Either he'll require surgery or they'll say they just want to take it another week to make sure he's okay, right? They'll probably say Fields is the starter, but we just, we really want to make sure that he's fine before, or that he's 100%. You'll hear that a lot, right? That he's not 100%. And then they won't let Fields have a press conference, more than likely. Anyways, so then the next the order of business would be, what if Bagent loses? Well, if Bagent loses, Justin Fields may come back in the game for New Orleans, the best defense probably remaining on their schedule. It's at least in my opinion, you look at the rest of the Bears schedule, that's not fair. They have the Browns, but the New Orleans defense is the worst visual matchup for Justin Fields. If Justin Fields' major supporters want anything, it's for Tyson to play New Orleans, because New Orleans has the pieces to really punch at the Bears and force them to change what they're doing, right? But instead, you could end up with a scenario where the Bears play Tyson Bagent against a Raiders defense that could not hang with them and a Chargers defense that is not that great. And worse, I may pull some film, literally live on stream, so that we can take a look. But the Chargers have historically run a too high defense that lets you throw underneath at them. What a coincidence. So stunning that you end up against Tyson's basically going up against a defense that in theory is a pretty good matchup for him on paper to at least be reasonably productive. And Donald, I don't think it helps anything if the Bears lose 35-40. The Bears defense could get smoked and the Chargers don't generally do that. But the Bears could get smoked. And if the offense looks kind of just like a normal ball control offense that scores sometimes, but they didn't get great play from the defense, it won't fix anything for Justin. The optics won't help, right? Bagent would have to be bad. Possible. He's a UDFA. Make it his second start. But it's not a ton of tape. Especially because, let's see, the Chargers defense is nasty when they get you to passing downs. That doesn't surprise me, John. This is a Bears offense that is hell-bent on not ending up in passing downs, right? And we'll see if they can manage it. They certainly did a good job this time. Right? Exactly, Grant. That's what I'm saying. How many times did we do run, pass, and JF had to pick up 8 to 10 yards? This game, if we went run, we already had a first down or 3 short. Makes everything easier. 100%, Ben. 100%. Like, and that's the thing, Darius. Like the Raiders defense played really poorly. The Bears did really well, but also, I mean, like, what metric do you want? Because you can make the Raiders defense out to be terrible. They're not the Broncos. Like, and they stacked the box. The Bears offense just played really well. Like, it's not to say that Bajent was this amazing dude. Come on, man. Have you been listening to any of this? But like, it's it was interesting just seeing how all this went. Like, yeah, the Raiders beat 3 different teams, and they've held a bunch of different offenses to like decent totals, but it goes back and forth. Um, I get you, Darius. Like, that's the thing. What I spent the whole first part talking about how, like, if in case you're jumping in now, all I've been saying is that Bajent looks like a backup to me. He just looks like a good backup, right? Like, he got the ball out. Plays like this are great examples. Again, the corner is going to midpoint this this route up here, and Mooney coming through the flat. So he's going to, or like, Bajent takes an extra hitch, but he gets the ball to Mooney. It's a little high, but it's still 6 yards. We stay efficient. We keep moving on. No, I get you, Darius. If anything, you got to remember that, like, this isn't, wow, Tyson Bajent is the guy. It's more begging the question on, okay, another thing worth mentioning is that, let's see, Bajent, or that he'll throw to tight windows compared to JF1 not throwing in tight windows. That may be his undoing, but Bajent doing it doesn't make him God. Yeah. I mean, I've always wondered what it's like for NFL offenses when they do play with a backup quarterback, because sometimes you'll see the backup come in and suddenly the team delivers their best game that they've played all year. It's not always because the team is better. Sometimes I always wonder, like, does Lucas Patrick, knowing that he's got a rookie UDFA behind him, make him snap the ball a little cleaner? Or is it the fact that there's no nose on him for most of the game, right? Does Tyson Bajent existing make, like, Darnell Wright give that little bit of extra effort? I don't freaking know. But this was the best the Bears offensive line had looked all year. They practically didn't need Bajent. I think Nathan Peterman could have beat the Raiders. Like, probably, right? And that's not trying to dunk one way or another. No, Darius, don't you worry about it. You don't need to apologize. I just hear the bias thing, and sorry, I tripped something in me, right? Like, we're watching the tape here. And if anything, and then here's a hold, it's the drive you've already seen. I feel like everybody's seen it. If you want me to stop and talk through anything in particular, I will, but we've got a lot of tape that we can go through. Bajent's placement at times was kind of all over the place, but also when you've got, like, one of my favorite storylines, seriously, is the fact that Darnell Wright is taking on Max Crosby with one arm, and there's a chance he'll be taking Khalil Mack on with the same one arm. So sometimes his placement got a little on the spotty side, but the receivers made it work. I mean, good on him, I guess. Like, this is not an easy catch. Not that we get a great look at it. And that's the thing, Ben. Best case scenario for Justin is he watches Tyson and goes, damn, like, we can move this thing. And let's see. Saw something like 1.5 or 6 seconds versus the league average of 2.6. So Mason, are you talking about, like, what we talked about really early on? Because we kind of talked about that with, like, dropback speed, but that's he's a little more in line per se. Let's see here. Boom. This was a nice play. Who doesn't love this stuff, right? Let's see. Drop back. We're looking upfield. What are we looking at? Oh, it's DJ Moore on a dig. Boom. Just like that. It's not there. We go into creation mode. We find DJ anyways. That's a nice little play. And that's the thing, Sanders. Like, the complicated part about Justin Fields is we've got this, like, okay. Oh, yes. Thank you, Darius. I love tripping the membership stuff. It's awesome. The execution was better. What is this? Like, Deontay Foreman, I thought, ran like a bat out of hell. Like, he was a bad dude in this game. And then Bears are running out of time. This play was wild to me, not because it's anything crazy, okay? I want everybody to pay attention to what happens here, all right? So, Bears are running a smash concept. The playbook is not that deep for what Bagent can and can't do, right? But we talked about this a little last week. The real thing to focus on, because we like traits here, is look at how quickly Bagent goes from, oh shoot, to ball is out of my hands. He realizes he is pressured right now. Man bearing down on him. And he's going to bring the ball back, get it to his check down. And because he does it so quickly, I mean, he still takes a hit from both dudes, but the ball is cleanly out. And yes, it gets batted down, right? Like it sucks that 90 or 69 over there makes a sweet play on it, but the ball comes out. Like, man bearing down on us. How many frames is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, so 21 frames in a 60 frame per second clip means that in about a third of a second, we went from ball in resting position to ball out. Like, if Tyson Bagent has a trait that you're going, damn, that is sick, it is his release. Like, here it is live. It looks really easy. He certainly makes it look really easy. But he is without a doubt willing. This to me is so huge. So many plays in the NFL come with a quarterback having no base because his base is pointed this way, just needing to wrist shot the ball to somebody in short range. I see this from nearly every quarterback in the league, that at least the ones that are successful. Eventually, you have to be able to hit this. And man, Grant, exactly. He was like, ah! he wanted that catch. 2nd and 10. Time's starting to slip away. This is when you see the looping sack. It looks to me like it's so you may recognize this one from Madden. I'm not even playing. Like, it looks to me like that play everybody has probably run. How many times have you guys run corners or whatever it is? Like, a lot, I imagine, if you're like me anyways. But so corner strike, exactly, right? And so they run it. It doesn't really work. Like, they're looking for, I think, Cole. Could we throw this? Maybe. But we'd have to throw it sooner. And we don't know if Cole's going to beat his guy. And then by the time we go into creation mode, we look to our left. We see Max Crosby. LOL. We're going down. Neil, I have my ways. And if I reveal them, I lose them. But I know what you mean. So then you just get like a play after that. None of these are psycho crazy, right? Like, none of that's really there. Nice completion along the sidelines. We did complete it, right? No, we didn't. Bummer. But little wrist shot to Tyler Scott. Good job by Scott coming back for the ball. Again, I really appreciate the way that we get to see Tyler getting reps in this offense to figure out what he can and can't do, right? Darnell Wright got a good chunk of help here from Cole Kmet as he gets to just hit him with his shoulders. Works. Sure. And then that's it until, here's the Peterman play. Michael, did they? Thank you for telling me, because I am about to have a very complicated week, and I have for a little while now, because my Texas Rangers won't lose in the playoffs. And so I'm sitting here trying to focus as the Bears quarterback situation just gets this much more wrinkly, and all of a sudden, I mean, what am I going to do? Not watch the World Series? Like, are you kidding me? Let's like just won the NL pennant to stop because we'll see. We'll see. Rangers D-backs should be a really fun series. Not that I know much about the D-backs or the Phillies, to be honest, but this is a football stream. We don't need to talk about baseball any more than we need to. It should be, Michael. I'm surprised. Next drive starts with a false start. Uh, I'm surprised that the MLB doesn't want the Rangers to be in more playoff situations purely because every Rangers series ends up being a chaotic mess. Stuff like we got with the Astros is just the name of the game with my stupid Rangers. And so, knowing us, this series is going to be another like 6 to 7 game absolute banger. And it's going to rip my heart out minimum 3 times, probably 4. Right? Khalid, we're getting that way. And I love it. Look at all this different run action stuff. Look at it all. Like here, you get that pretty toss out, and it's just outside zone, and all we do is punish over pursuit, right? Like, check this out. So it's outside zone, like boom, 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 boom. Oh my gosh, Donald. Phenomenal series. Objectively phenomenal series. And an absolute kick in the sack. Anyways, watch the over pursuit. So going back to what you asked, Turu, why do we toss out? It's because once 59 gets all the way over here, I mean, can everybody see the hole? I can tell you Deontay Foreman can see the hole, right? And doesn't this look so much easier on the broadcast tape, right? Like on the broadcast tape, it looks like it's as simple as just run forward. Not quite. Foreman actually does look. Oh man, this is sexy stuff. So the line is doing a great job blocking, but if you follow Foreman's path instead of jetting back and giving this away, watch him set up these blocks. Like he's going to attack this back hip of Larry Borum and drive the defenders into this rushing lane, knowing the entire time he's got the outside. You can see his head pointed this way, but by punching up near the lineman, you're pulling as many defenders into that front as possible. And then all of a sudden, you're in open space. And if he had extra gas, it'd be one thing. It's why he tries to go over the top of number 1. But it's really cool watching NFL rushers do NFL rusher things. Like, that's a great way to maximize the yards you're going to get on what becomes a chunk play by not giving up the gun that you've got a big gainer like in your back pocket the whole time. So what is this? 2nd and 1. They're just going to slam it up the gut. Yeah, that'll do. Let's see. And this is one of many plays where you can, I think anyways, you can just see that Wright doesn't have that left hand. I keep repeating it because I kept seeing it. Like he's just going to convert into pushing Max out of the way. And it does enough on a 2nd and 1. He really did, Khalid. He ran like a man spurned. So you want to get excited? Does everybody here like getting excited? Okay. I'm going to say some magic words. But when I see DJ Moore digging out a player like this, DJ Moore, your number 1 wide receiver, 200 pounds, boom, gets a little help from Jenkins, but he's going to go to war to try to get his guy a rushing yard. I'm seeing buy-in. And I'm not saying that things are happening. I'm saying if you get your number 1 wide receiver going from throwing a fit that the passing game isn't working, like very clearly gesticulating, like how on earth are we missing this, and clapping at your quarterback, to inserting in a run hole and going to war, trying to open up run gaps for your guy, like I'm going to think about it. Like, because that's pretty cool. And so I don't know what that's going to be. But Seth, bench who? You can't just type bench, right? But let's see. It sucks to be bad, but he's still there giving hell, right? Uh, let's see. There's another sweet block that he makes a little later in the game. This is one of the plays. This finally I found it. Like in the world of arm, right? Oh, I gotcha. In the world of arm, can we hit this throw? A lot of guys can, right? Um, and that doesn't mean that just because Bajit missed this one or didn't throw this one that he sucks, right? But there are a lot of guys that, especially with 85 tied up by Tyler Scott, as is the design of the play. Yeah, I got you. It's a play call. That's hilarious. Like you can throw right around here, and you've got to ear hole this linebacker and kind of up and down him. And anyways, Bajit's going to instead go into creation mode, and he's going to get plenty. Now, with the power of the clicker, with the almighty power of the clicker, can we potentially just throw this ball and have him run up the sidelines? Sure. Whatever. Right? But with a rookie, I'm not surprised that he saw daylight and he took daylight. I'm never going to be mad about it. Like, especially when what you do on a football field ultimately results in a first down. We're probably cool. Like, and because like Ryan Bird's saying, sweet to see a D2 player get into the league and go make a play. Like, you are going to need playing experience to better yourself most of the time. A friend of mine in the coaching world pointed out that it was going to be a hard thing for Fields to develop better timing over the offseason. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, well, over the offseason, you don't like play. Like you practice, it's different, right? But you don't see defenses and you don't gain experience outside of seeing defenses. Makes sense. And so we should theoretically see a little bit of acceleration with what Bajent can do over the next bunch of weeks. That would be the hope, right? Let's see. I love this play. This one's easy. I mean, we all recognize it, right? Do we know what play this was? Can you name where Luke Getsy saw this play? If it wasn't already in the playbook, we know where he learned it, right? Like, come on, everybody. You know. I know. The Packers ran it. This is the Aaron Jones touchdown, right? And it's sweet. Like, I'm actually shocked they haven't run it with Fields because when you get this boot flow, like everybody is flowing. Luke Getsy was in his misdirection bag within this game. It is hard to envision that things would have gone any worse with Justin Fields. I really mean that. Like, I think the Bears would have taken some sacks. Maybe those would have undid them. Maybe they would have called more plays downfield. But Luke Getsy, the Bears offensive line, and Deontay Foreman really did a lot for the young quarterback on this game. That's never a bad thing. Like, never, ever. And so everybody gets out there. Like, what is this? That makes sense. I love that. Like, what is this? Lucas Patrick? And then I love Tevin Jenkins. A friend of mine pointed this out where Tevin Jenkins in particular, he's going to spot up a man and just smoke him, take him to the ground. Foreman, while a really quality runner, is not that guy, unfortunately. But hey, it is what it is, right? He did, Demo. Like Foreman gave number one the business end of a bunch of hits. And also, let's see, CJ, you mentioned, does Bajan allow Getsy to be more creative because of timing? So it's funny you say that. I would argue that Tyson Bagent forces Luke Getsy to be more creative in the running game. I would hope so, Seth. But and that guy, you asked another question earlier that I do want to get to, but I can't remember what it is. So please ask it again because I didn't try to ignore you, but I did miss you. Anyways, back to this. I would argue that Tyson Bagent puts Luke Getsy in a position to where he has to be more creative with the running game so that he can try to keep the pressure off of a rookie. If this was, I don't know, name one, like Anthony Richardson, you'd probably want to do a lot of the same things, right? Because you're not asking your starter to lead your team. He has to operate the offense. He has to try to make as few mistakes as possible. There's a lot going on for a rookie and a lot that he hasn't seen yet. And so if the Raiders throw some kind of wonky defense at you and your guy misinterprets it and you give up like a pick six, you may lose the game. So you could argue that Tyson Bagent forces Luke Getsy to, I'm always convinced that on every play, any play, there is a relationship, right? We'll go QB over here. Man, I'm just going to do it up and down. So it's QB and it's OC, right? And there's a sliding scale. Can we all envision it? Of like between QB and OC. And I'll divide it right here at like 50%, right? There are certain plays that we see that it's a basic play call. I don't know. It's like Dragon or something like that. But the QB checks with one of his guys or Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce like decide that they're going to make a certain play. And that's all the QB, right? And then there's a wide receiver reverse, right? And that's all the OC, right? So you get plenty of these different plays where there's this balance between how much of that is the quarterback making a play and how much of that is a well-schemed play. And many meet in the middle. There's usually an element of both, right? But this in particular, you needed like Tyson Bagent needed Luke Getsy to step up. You could argue Luke Getsy emptied the tank on a lot of these are my best plays. They scored 24 points in the process. I'm not saying, CJ, that means Luke Getsy's good. But he's got to get a feather for this game because working with a UDFA rookie quarterback is not an instantly easy thing, right? There are a lot of ways that can go horribly wrong. Like a quarterback in his first start, this can go horribly wrong no matter what defense you're going against. For crying out loud, backup quarterbacks can end up making any defense look good. And I'm not trying to dunk on the Bears, but Brian Hoyer certainly helped them in the second half of that game, where I thought the Bears played pretty well defensively in the first half. Starting the second half, Hoyer starts to get nasty. Like, anyways, I don't know if Tyson Bagent's throw timing means Getsy's more creative, but I would argue Bagent's limitations force Getsy to bring his best, and then Bagent can extend the running game because of how quickly he is able to get the ball out. So you kind of get more creativity, but it's really going to be on the test, it's really going to get tested this next Sunday night. Honest to God, it's going to be kind of an electric football game. Like the story going into it is nuts. Like they're 9.5 point dogs, for crying out loud. It's going to be awesome. Like, what if they're even competitive? Like that would be such a story. You know what I mean? Anyways, Nisarg, the offense can have an identity, but the keys need to tailor to the success and and what the players can do. Absolutely. AC Adam, I'm not so sure. I think that drafting another quarterback makes simply too much sense, especially if Matt Eberflus gets fired. It's a separate conversation if Matt's not fired, but I mean, if he is, it's going to be a big ask for another coach to come in and commit to Justin Fields, given what we're looking at, right? But anyways, let's get back to ball, because a couple of my favorite plays from this game are actually coming up. So let's see. Do we think once Tyson watched film? I mean, Ryan Bird, that's kind of the question with everybody, right? Like literally any quarterback. When people watch more Brock Purdy film, is he going to be less effective? Good question. I mean, it's a matter of how many different ways can he win. If Tyson Bagent can hit a couple plays downfield, this play I am obsessed with. This is your number one wide receiver. He's probably 200 pounds. Like, this is an edge defender. He's probably 260 pounds, maybe 270. Is it who I think it is? No. And DJ Moore is going to seal him. Get this angle. Here's 2 versus 96. This is a huge block for what it kind of mimics crack toss. It's not quite the same, but it's very similar, right? We got a lead toss, and all we need is for 2 to hold an edge, right? He does. Blazing Game does a great job kicking out 23, and Evans is off. Man, get that extra step up the sideline, my guy. Come on, plant it and get up, take the hit, get bounced out of bounds. Ack. But it's a good run. 7 yards. Another one. This one almost has like a wind back action on it. Is it anything more than zone? No, it's just zone. But the flow totally works. And don't worry, AC. I think that's a whole question. Like I really do. I mean, it's worth mentioning that like if Fields could become more consistent, it's a completely separate discussion. But also, I don't think drafting a rookie quarterback is something to be scared of, if that makes sense. Like that's the other thing. Like I do think that there are some Bears fans that are convinced, they're so sold on Fields that okay, I'll quickly pause for this. Sorry for anybody just looking for film. I'm a lot woo, but I mean, I don't remember the specifics. The chat will tell you. Point being that like, I do think that there are a lot of fans that are looking at Fields and they're saying, well, if it's not going to be Fields, it's not going to be anybody. And I think that that's a really aggressive thing to say, right? Like the Bears, yes, they've had horrible luck with quarterbacks, but plenty of orgs had horrible luck with quarterbacks until suddenly they got the right guy. And then they didn't have horrible luck with quarterbacks anymore. And the Bears are going into a quarterback draft with like 5 solid options, maybe more, by the time this thing fully shakes out, and 2 guys that would have been first-round picks. Bradley, you're killing me. It's got to be the Rangers. But anyways, like at Jay Sanders, you're totally right that we suck with quarterbacks. But this guy, okay, so I know I'm using some backups, right? This guy, 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 not him. Forget about him. They're all coming back next year. And then we have another option at left tackle. We have another option at right guard. And then Tevin comes back here. Like the Bears have actually built a decent developing ground for a quarterback. Now, you got to get other things right, you know? But I don't think the Bears are in this dire, we can't possibly situation. Just because, like, even what we're seeing at this point for, like, within Tyson Bagent's game, like, Bagent came in, he played solid. In 2022, Bagent would have come in and gotten shelled. There's no two bones about it. There's actual talent on the roster. And that's the other thing, that guy. Like, one thing that doesn't help anything is that while Fields was an incredibly talented prospect, there were a bunch of, okay, so I'm going to say something really aggressive, but in your heart of hearts, you probably know it's true. Okay? Like, we do have no center, and Jay Sanders, I think you would be really interested by how the Eagles run their offensive line. Because yes, they have Lane Johnson. Obviously, they have Lane Johnson, right? Let's see. Your William says, do I think Tyson Bagent is good enough to be our starting quarterback right now? Why not? I mean, he is the starting quarterback, for better or for worse, right? Is he going to be better than Justin Fields? What if I told you, William, that is entirely up to him? Does anybody have an issue with that? Tyson Bagent is going to prove to us whether or not he's that dog over the next game, minimum. Maybe more games. Like, he balls out, he might get another game. Like, nothing is that crazy. I can tell you what I've seen. I can tell you I saw plenty to win. Plenty. Like, Tyson Bagent was a big part of this win. But within the within the oh gosh, my brain is breaking. Like, let's see, Ryan, I'm really interested. Let's see, how much stronger can he get? His throwing arm, tumultuous. It's all a question of like how well can Bajent work his body mechanics, right? Because it's not his arm. Right now, his arm is like falling backwards, right? And John, I tend to agree with you that this game plan probably doesn't beat the world's like all of the teams in the league. This play was awesome. I loved this. We saw Justin Fields make this just the other week. I praised it then. I'm going to praise it now with Tyson Bagent. Could we step up in the pocket? Yes. We didn't. We made a rookie mistake, but we didn't compound it. Instead, as we're going down, we found a receiver and then flicked the ball in his direction. No grounding. Move on to the next play. Big good. Big good. This is how you stay out of jams. If we'd stepped up, could we have found, I don't know, Tyler Scott, maybe Darnell Mooney? Sure. Again, we didn't. But the best thing Bagent did was stay out of trouble. And I thought that was really cool. Like, even though he could have thrown out, or he could have out, yeah. It's not like Peterman got much out, right? This play is another great example of just like where we're at, right? Bagent makes the right decision. Because Mooney's out leveraged and Moore, frankly, is out leveraged. Some of these out leveraged balls are always kind of funny because the CBs will just let them go, right? But then Bagent takes a look at Scott, doesn't like it, flicks the ball out to his back. You end up with sort of a screening action. Like, I don't know if this is on purpose. I would really be surprised if this was on purpose. But no, maybe it is. Honestly, maybe it is. That both these guys are going to chip and then get out there. You get one guy blocking for your running back, and Evans is able to make a play. I mean, to me, this is what Bagent needs to be successful. Like, you need him to be able to distribute, and then you need your guys to come through. Like, Evans gets upfield, but this play right here, dealing with contact from two different players, he squeezes out that extra yard, and the drive keeps going. That's the difference between 7 and 4, or 7 and 3, right there. It's entirely out of Bagent's control, which is fine. Like, there are a lot of players that'll make this play on 3rd and 6. Sam Howell, so many players checked down against a Bears defense and picked it up anyways. Like, absolutely. Now, everybody keeps talking about how athletic Bagent is and how, like, he can definitely throw 60 yards. It's a velocity thing. Like, we can all see this, can't we? Like, are we just reading reports of people saying he's athletic, or like saying that his arm is really good, despite the fact that the ball doesn't, like, that it kind of floats to guys? Like, I only ask because it feels like we are taking RAS, which doesn't measure your arm strength. Like, they don't chart that. He's obviously quite an athletic kid. Like, but his throwing arm is, at least it does not seem like it's starting caliber. And that should be okay. Like, but so, yeah, we'll get there. This play is sick, right? This is awesome. Is 55 miles an hour that strong, Donald? Like, Warren Moon, I remember, did like, I honest to God don't know. Like, let's see. This play was funky to me because I feel like we can throw this like the first time. We basically get a first window look with Blazing Game. And we might, let me see. Yeah, we take a look at Blazing Game, and we don't like it, more than likely because we see that this corner just sits on him, right? Then he takes a look forward. I love that he got his eyes all the way back to Cole Kmet. If we're doing this very simplistically, like, we go 1, 2, 3 for Mooney, 4 to Cole Kmet, very, very, very nicely. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, with the problem being that we're beat, right? So then we get out. This is sweet. Bang. The release is outstanding. Like, we can focus so much on arm strength that we miss just how good this release is. Flick. Like, we are going the other direction, and we are able to get a full speed throw out to a man with just enough space to remind you fullbacks are NFL players too. He gets upfield for 6 yards and keeps this and keeps things moving. Now, Donald, I agree with you that it's great that he sensed a rush from the blind side. If I told you that's not that weird, would you believe me? Because Donald, okay, I'm going to say the thing, all right? And I just need everybody to take a deep breath and know that I'm saying this. It's just my opinion. You may disagree. If the Bears had drafted Justin Fields without having drafted Mitch Trubisky, the Bears, going back, had just stuck with Glennon or something like that, Fields would look just as talented. But I wonder if Mitch trained us to not think that quarterbacks understand pocket awareness, to not think that pocket footwork is a thing, like to think that inaccuracy at the intermediate range is normal, and that, frankly, layered throws are impossible because neither guy did it, to think that hanging in the pocket for an obscenely long time is also normal and it's entirely a fault of an offensive line. Like, I'm not trying to be all better Mitch. They're different players. You can see it. Like, there are frankly some things that Mitchell let rip that he doesn't. Like, but I do wonder if some of the stuff we've gotten used to, Donald, specifically, not picking, but citing you talking about him feeling an edge rusher coming. A lot of guys do. Like, and that's okay. But like you're saying, shaving points, that's a good point. Like, and that's the other thing, Jay Sanders. It may not be Mitch. It may be Mitch. Like, sure. Like, it may be Mitch. It may be the Bears. Same point at the end. Like, I can't help but watch some of this stuff and see that there's a lot of people that'll give Bagent a lot of praise for things that 25 other quarterbacks in the NFL minimum are doing. Like, the guys that aren't, to use an example, we could go down a list. Like, we could go down a list, Donald, and by the time we get to the quarterbacks that aren't sensing this rusher, we're talking about Zach Wilson and like other players in his tier, right? It's not to say that it's weirder when you don't sense that player. Most other teams are worried about their quarterback doing more than that, but we really are that down bad for decent quarterback play. And that's the other problem with Fields. What he's doing well, what he makes look so easy, a lot of quarterbacks make look really hard. Like Tyson Bagent, no, I was fine, Q, I get you. Like, what a lot of quarterbacks do that Fields can't is miss a lot of the throws from Denver. That's the thing, right? Like, no, Fields' arm is pretty outrageous. It's pretty special when he gives you the chance to show it off. Really is. Like, I've got to be so positive on this because I used to be the guy who was like, Mitch has no shot at I used to be the guy that was so harsh on Mitch, saying, what does he even do well? Still kind of believe it. There are definitely things Fields does well. There are definitely things that Fields does well. But there are a lot of things Fields does worse than anyone in the league. Like Ben, great point. JF1 escapes. JF1 can turn things into an explosive that nearly nobody else can. But also, like, JF1 is making mistakes that haven't gotten better and they should have gotten better, like, by now. Because Censored, you say TB fits this system more than JF1. That's the problem. OC needs to adjust his game plans, as we've all witnessed in the past. What if I told you that a lot of the game plan we saw in this game is just standard fare NFL passing? Like, it's just pretty normal, right? It's the stuff that most NFL quarterbacks are going to do. Like, sure, some of the stuff on the sidelines is creative. Maybe not everybody can do it, but they're sure going to try, right? Not Tyson Bagent. Like, I always think about it as like with Derek Carr, you're talking about a quarterback that most would consider a fringe top 20 quarterback, right? And if he can do it, anybody should be able to do it. Do we disagree? Like, sure, every player's a little bit different, but if Jared Goff can do it, like, if et cetera, like, that's the thing, butthead. I'm not saying definitely that. I'm saying, are we sure? Right? And so let's see. Andy Dalton would run this game plan with no problems, pretty much. Like, there's a lot of quarterbacks where we could call this fit, right? We could say this is scheme fit, but like, could Russell Wilson run this game plan? Yeah. And we're trying to comp Fields to Russ, right? Like, don't we want Fields to be Russ? What quarterback are we thinking? Name me a successful quarterback that couldn't have run this game plan. Because I don't know if Fields can, or I don't know if Fields would have looked as clean. And I would hope he would have, because this is pretty easy, right? Like, because you're totally right, Censored. They won't. This is a spot starter. Like, Tyson Bagent is a badass UDFA spot starter at the moment. Maybe he gets better. Maybe he shows us more. But a lot of what he did was just not, like, he dealt with pressure pretty well. He found holes in the pocket and he got out of them and just checked the ball down. Like, he kept the ball out of trouble. Like, and that, O'Shea, it's funny you say that. I would argue it's similar in the sense that the offense, well, I would argue the first half of the Broncos was way more down the field. Wouldn't you, O'Shea? Like, Bagent wasn't hitting 25-yard slot fades to DJ Moore for touchdowns. Like, Bagent wasn't hitting huge slants for like down the deep sidelines. We're talking quick hitters in this one. Like, there's a ton of this stuff that was different. The E's looked similar for sure, but the game plans were different things. Like, let's see, Ben, I tend to agree with you that, like, the long dropbacks do condense the plays. They give him nearly no room for error. They mean he has to go fast. Bradley, I've got a nasty ass cough, like, bad, but I'm powering through it because I love you guys. Like, let's see, I don't think this needs to be some kind of war, but like you're saying, Ben, I mean, there's just a lot of quick game you can't run when you drop back slowly and also don't throw the ball quickly, right? Like, that only adds to the procedural problem, because let's say your drop back is 2.5 seconds and then you read the field as a normal speed, but it starts at halfway through your drop back. You just cost yourself a half second. You only get 7.5 seconds on some of the longest plays in football. Like, that's what makes things so hard for Fields. He's artificially capping himself all the time, right? I actually really love the second down screen. I think third down screens are totally hit and miss, but second down screens, like, nobody's thinking screen to the running back on second down, catch the Raiders in plain Jane zone coverage. Like, it's exactly, Donald, right? Like, to me, screens are as much about down and distance and how you set them up as anything else. And they do a good job here. Not to mention, like, you've got offensive linemen that are just going to battle. I appreciate you, Bradley. I may just need some water here at some point, but we'll get there. Because the Tyson talk, it's a big deal. Like, I get it. We're all invested. And we should be. Does anybody think, like, and you're totally right, Jay Sanders, like, Justin did get well, actually, hang on. Now you got me curious. Let's go stats. Let's go passing. Let's go week 5. Let's go time to throw. So Justin Fields' time to throw against Washington was 3.02 seconds, which was at the time the 5th highest in the game, like in ball. I can't remember if this is the game that he lost, he being Jalen Hurts, but I can't remember. Anyways, time to throw is always funky because if you take a look, time to throw is very there's a very small difference most of the time. Like Jalen Hurts, we like him. CJ Stroud, we feel like he's balling. Like that's all I'm really saying, Joe. Honestly, like I'm more pointing out that Fields' time to throw is consistently over 3. Josh Allen, we like Josh. He's over 3. The main thing that I have seen people say, and this isn't even foolproof, okay? We all agree it's not foolproof, is that generally speaking, living over 3 seconds is hard living and you take a lot of hits. But that's it. Like, what's the real difference between Fields at 304 and Mahomes at 293 or Kirk Cousins at 284 or Josh Allen at 298 or even Geno at 3? We're talking hundredths of a second. And I don't want to obsess, right? But it all contributes to this narrative, or not a narrative. It's a picture that we can see like building in front of us where we know Justin Fields takes a few too many hits. We know Justin Fields is really struggling to get to read number 3. We know that Justin Fields could hit so many of these throws because it's nasty, right? Like when he's on, like we saw against Denver, honestly, first half Denver and some of those Washington throws, they're great. Like we may not see Drake May or Caleb Williams, even if they're good, hit some of those throws with that kind of consistency. We really may not. But the offense may be like a little more cohesive. Because with Fields, you either get a big play or you get a bad play normally. But I don't know. Jordan, what do you mean? That are you about to say that May's going to hit those throws, or that he's going to be just as consistent as Justin? I'm happy for you to say it. More than anything, like let's see. More than anything, I'm trying to be as peaceable as possible. D Gooch, thank you. I really appreciate it. I don't know, right? Like, let's see. They could do everything Justin does throwing the ball. I think that's fair, Jordan. I just am trying to give Justin as much slack as I can. Really am. Like, because we're in a hard spot where if I sit here and smash Justin Fields in week 7 and he has 10 more games, like I've got 188 people watching the stream. I'm going to admit my bias. I don't really want you to stop, right? I want you to be here for interesting Bears conversation as we go through and we talk ball. Like it's hard, right? Everything that we're seeing at the NFL level is tough. And so with Justin Fields conversation, I'm not going to say that it's over. I'll tell you where I'm at right now, but I'm not really going to say die until it's dead. This is actually kind of a teardrop. And again, is this an amazing throw? This is a pretty NFL standard throw, right? I'm actually shocked DJ doesn't hang on to it, to be honest with you. Like, I was amazed seeing this replay that DJ got the ball. I mean, it's a sweet catch with one hand, but like brings it into his chest and then gets it ripped away. But it was wild. Like, let's see, he doesn't have the experience. I think that's a really interesting take, Joe, not because you're wrong, but because it is funny that I would have thought that the NFL experience would have quickly caught Justin Fields up. Like, it certainly helps that Tyson Bagent has played a bazillion reps in D2. I kind of think so. But within this, I don't know, man. Thank you so much, Anonymous. It's a Mooney type drop. That's brutal too, but maybe true. But maybe even better. So Moore doesn't bring this ball in, right? Next play. They run, I've heard it called wrap, but it's just a curl and a dig route, right? You curl, you run a dig, and then you get a flat route underneath. Now, we talked about this earlier. Do you think this is open? I do. This, you need Foreman to make you a play, right? This just looks open, outright. I can't say for sure I know what Bajan is looking at, but this feels pretty good to me. We've got a flat-footed corner, and we've got Darnell Mooney breaking to the corner of the end zone. Put that ball out there and let 11 go get it for you. But we whip it to Foreman. You know, we give ourselves a chance. And then Foreman cuts hard inside, breaks a tackle, poof, touchdown. Like, it still totally works. It's a different style. Bajan's instead of taking the play where Bajan flashes a little arm, so to speak, and instead of flashing a little arm and making it, it is me making the play and you, the receiver, that is going to finish it for me. Instead, like CJ, it's not even wrong read. It's more like partial credit, right? Because I think that's open. But if you don't like it, the check down isn't not open, right? Like, I mean, honestly, Seth, I wouldn't be shocked, but you're not being wrong is not a bad thing. But if he was a starter, I would be a little. Would you be mad at him if he threw to Foreman and then this guy made the tackle and then the Bears kick a field goal? Does that make sense? Like, that's all. And Turu, it is about the same distance. You're right. Like, probably about. Like, we are happy with the play because Foreman breaks a tackle. And then if he goes down there or goes down at the 1 and then they sneak it and they don't get it, or they sneak it and they do get it. But no, I've done this enough. I've done this for 4 years. I'm going to look you guys in the eyes and I'm going to convict at least one of you because I'm going to say what you for sure would. If Foreman goes down at the 1 yard line and the Bears sneak it in, and I say, can't we make this throw to Mooney? Somebody goes, man, are we really going to complain about a touchdown? Like, we got a little closer to the end zone. We took the safe play and we got a little closer to the end zone. We took the safe play. We got it in. What are you so worried about? If Darnell Mooney is wide open right there and Tyson Bagent doesn't make the throw and we check it down to Foreman and Foreman gets in, people say, well, I mean, he trusted his teammate. His teammate came through for him. What's the problem here? If Tyson Bagent throws this ball to Deontay Foreman, Foreman makes this play, gets tackled, goes down at the 1. The Bears line up. They sneak it. They don't get it. People are going to complain about going for it on 4th down and not getting it there. They would say, I would just want to kick, right? In my opinion, this is a lot of what backups do, and that's not a problem. Let's see. Isn't the fact that a D2 probably Joe, and I'm not trying to go after him. But anyways, the Turu beyond gets a pass. He absolutely gets a pass. Thank you for saying that, Turu, because I want to say one more time, probably for the 8th time in the last 3 hours, 8th minimum, that I am not complaining about Bagent. I am pointing out the difference between a starter and a really good backup. A really good backup plays on time, gets the ball to his teammates, asks his running back to come through for him, and he does, right? It's a touchdown. Why is it a touchdown? Because we didn't take a sack. Like you're saying, CJ, get the ball out of your hands. You will not score a touchdown if you don't throw the football. Probably. I say that, but there's like a major asterisk because Fields has scored a lot of touchdowns off of holding onto the ball and breaking 4 tackles, right? Like exactly like you're saying, Mason. I mean, it's not a bad decision. And which throw are you talking about? Like that he throws to Mooney or that he throws to Foreman? Because he throws to a lot of times Rod would throw to Foreman and it's a little both, right? It can go both ways, I guess. Like, because if you're going to make this play, you have to throw it quickly enough to let the running back make a move for you, which is exactly what Bagent did. So it's relatively well executed, right? Um, but I would want a starting quarterback, so to speak, to rip the ball to Mooney right here. Whatever. Like it's oh, that's Donald, you can't go there. I'm playing a little bit, but like it really comes down to like Bajan didn't make any mistakes. If Bajan plays the same game and he throws a pick six in the middle of it, we go, damn. Damn. But he didn't. He kept the ball very safe. There wasn't even any close calls. Like here, he gets the ball out when he needs to. They score. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Like, what would we complain about? Right? And like, Donald, I know you're in here and I'm picking on, I'll use your son as an example. William got to see the Bears win. Like, I understand that there's plenty of people in here that are hardcore enough, kind of like me, to think, oh, losses could totally help us. But like, come on. There are people that just don't get to see the Bears win. My young son has yet to see with his eyes the Bears win because they keep playing it off hours. I guess this would have been it had he been watching the game. But like, it can be hard. So I don't blame anybody for seeing Tyson Bagent come in and he inspires people because he actually won a damn game and looked convincing doing so. And Fields won a damn game just 2 weeks ago. Totally. But like, oh, Mason, that's harsh. Like, and I completely get you, John. It's more like, and Ben, that's the other question, right? I don't know. Do we? Like, okay, so let me use an example, right? Ben, we both watched 2021, and I'm not about to change the picture because Justin Fields was a rookie quarterback, and I'm going to give Justin Fields as a rookie quarterback literally all of the benefit of the doubt that I'm giving Tyson Bagent right now. Like, well, we could point out mistakes, but I'm gonna use a Nerf bat for any rookie. Rookies are bad. Rookie tackles are bad. Rookie receivers are bad. Rookie corners are bad. Rookie safeties are bad. Rookie defensive linemen aren't very good. Rookie quarterbacks get it the worst, right? And but within that, Andy Dalton was low key cooking in the 2021 Bears offense, right? And then like I don't know. Like what I guess I'm trying to get at, Ben, is I don't like this coaching staff. I'm not about to stand for the coaching staff. Don't put me in the position to stand for the coaching staff. But you and me don't know, right? I don't know what to do when we look at some of these positions that games like this will put us in. Because if I made a little pie chart, right, and I go, all right, for the sake of fairness, I'm going to assign 40% of the blame to the coaches. I'm going to assign 40% of the blame to the quarterback. This is like when things are bad. And then 20% of the blame will go to like some combination of the wide receivers and the OL and you get it, the cast, Kmet. People blame Kmet when things go wrong, right? And so if I just took every time I was frustrated and I just hot blamed it on everybody in some fraction, right? How many things have to go wrong? How much stuff needs to be weird for us to go, okay, Justin Fields is getting caught in a lot of situations that aren't going well. And 2022, not his fault. I'm not trying to make 2022 Justin Fields' fault. That's not the point. That is not the point. And 2021, he was a rookie. I thought Allen Robinson sold him a lot. Like, I thought there were tons of situations where rookie Justin Fields wanted to cook and Allen Robinson had different ideas, and it was rough to watch. But right here, like, why isn't stuff better? Is it broken beyond repair? What's going on? Like, I have no idea. Like you're saying, BG, it's just weird. Like, I don't want to make anything more than it is. I just don't want to underreact either. We're in a week-to-week league, playing week-to-week feelings. Here's another Deontay Foreman hardcore run. This one I think he kind of hurts himself on. You know, this is when they just start running the ball and they win, right? Like, I don't even know. There's like one more pass, but like Tyson Bagent threw for like 2 first downs, if memory serves, on third down specifically. No, he had a check down to, so what was it? Bagent had a check down to Darrington Evans. That generated a first down on third down. He had the throw over the middle, first down on third down. And then he had like, not this play, it's the next one. They just ran the sprint out option that we've all seen, right? Boom, bang. And none of this is like, I don't want to say none of this is hard. None of this is hard, but like if Justin Fields made this throw, we'd go, nice ball. But also, that was easy. We love easy rules. But it was so funny seeing the offense look this easy. Bagent only got put in so many positions where he needed to do something out of structure, out of phase. And he did do a good bit, right? Easy rules. Staying on schedule, rules. I'm really interested to see what will happen. Like, or I'm really interested to see what will happen when Bagent gets pushed, like when he gets pressed, because at some point that's probably going to happen, especially maybe against, I don't know, Los Angeles makes a lot of sense. DJ Moore is great, Ben. Remember how last year we spent all year wanting a Garrett Wilson? The Bears got one. I am so excited. And so, Matthew, we'll see. I kind of hope so. Not because I have a problem with Bagent. I want to see how he responds. I feel like Bagent may surprise us a little bit. I think we'll get a little of both, right? I think we get a Bagent that wants to cook into shorter windows or into tighter windows, and he's willing to throw it. I think that Bagent strikes me as the kind of guy who's able to take the tape of the things he did wrong and speed things up with another week's practice. But maybe I'm seeing too much in the kid. I'm just going off of what we've seen with other UDFA quarterbacks like him. And I'm including guys like Gardner Minshew in that, where it's like the ceiling is the ceiling. We know the ceiling. But those guys, Jacoby Brissett, as another example, like they're not exactly the same. Brissett, Cooper Rush, Minshew, maybe Bagent. Like the guy that could feasibly start a 6-game stretch for you. And if your team is well built, you could go 3-3 or 4-2. Right. But CJ, to your point, like, I mean, let's take a look like this. You need Zappy. Zappy is another example, though he got benched recently. Rip. Like, this is a great play if you wanted to try to get a deep out or like a formation or a look for it. No worries, Rudy. Come on, Rudy. Have you not watched the video? It's on it's on the channel. Like, I'm so down for JJ. Like, I think Jalen Johnson slaps. I just don't know what the coaches will do with him. I think if you're not going to extend him, you got to trade him. Like, my opinion, I would extend him. But also, I would, like, I don't know. I would not trade him. So, Mason, do I think the Bears would turn down the Patriots' first-round pick for Bagent? Not at all. Rudy, no injury concerns. Good question. Take a look at good corners and ask me how many of them stay healthy. It's just kind of an issue all over the place. Like, censored. It's so funny that we'll jump on Purdy because when Joe Burrow looks awful or when Justin Herbert it goes 2-4 in his first 6 games, or when Mahomes has a bad day, we're not going to worry about it. I get you. I know what you mean. They're not even similar at all, but Purdy has earned so much good graces in their eyes that I think Purdy would have to like miss the playoffs to lose his starting job. Totally just my 2 cents. But I think Purdy has got a lot of grace in that 49ers eyes. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I tend to think Mason that I think it was Mason that asked if the Bears could trade a UDFA for a first round pick. Oh, they would. They would do it so fast. And I think some Bears fans would lose their minds, but they would do it so fast. They would not blink. Like, if the Bears could trade Tyler Scott for a first round pick, they're sending him. If the Bears could trade Gravon Dexter for a first round pick, they're sending him. If the Bears could trade, I'm trying to think of players that don't fit this bill. Tevin Jenkins, first round pick, sending him. Like, first round picks are massive. Like, censored, I think you could trade DJ Moore, get a first round pick. I think you could trade Darnell Wright, get a first round pick. But that's it. and that's okay. Anyways, let's talk some defense. So the defense is really funny to watch. I hope you guys have fun watching it with me. We'll go through as much of it as we can handle. Not because the defense is bad, but because it is 11 o'clock. But let's start. So, as you've probably seen, let's see. Seems Bajan is on the tier 2 level of Manning, Brady, Rodgers pre-snap processing, even like Green 19. Poor Dex, I think putting him there is it's a lot. Brady, Manning, Rodgers, man, come on. At least be like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like Andy Dalton. I don't know. That's we can't use Hall of Famers. Can we do that? Can we just agree, everybody? No more Hall of Famers. Not banning Hall of Famers. Thank you, Oblivion. Let me see. Studio mode. People do this a lot. You're not the only one, right? Yes, Jordan. I love Chad Pennington for that, or Jake Delhomme, or somebody like that. Like, that's much better. But so Prime Brian Hoyer, I think Prime Brian Hoyer is actually a awesome comparison. But so anyways, this is a pet peeve before we get into draft season, before we get into free agency, and people have already done this with this guy right here. We gotta stop. Don't use a Hall of Famer's name. Pick a different name. Pick any different name. Pick any different name. Like, you want to say that he's good at pre-snap processing? Fine. Chase Daniel was good at that too, right? Like, I would argue Chase Daniel is nearly exactly the comp you're looking at for Tyson Bagent. Like, threw 1 billion yards in an air raid-like system, comes to the Bears, or like has more athleticism than anybody thinks he is. Like, and Turu, you got to remember, Prime Hoyer is a pretty good quarterback that distributes the ball, and if the offense around him wins, they win the game. Like, that's great. That's great, especially as a he is a Hall of Fame at the bank. You got to remember, guys, most NFL teams are going to pay $8 million for their backup, right? The Bears may be paying less than $1 million for their backup. That's legitimate. Like, that is legitimate savings on your cap. That is another center. Like, that's TJ Edwards. What Bagent represents. Yes, I am, Jason. Jason, did you super jet? I saw Donald, who said, "Give me Vic Fangio back for this defense," and I would. But anyways, the point being that let me see. So people do this with draft stuff. People have done this with Tremaine Edmonds. Like, my point. Sometimes this will run away from me. If we can use a different name, people generally. Thank you so much, Donald. People will generally chill out a little bit, and frankly, we can have healthier discussions about players when you're able to say that Tyler Scott looks a lot like. Trying to think of like an athletic receiver. Like, he's not exactly Mecole Hardman. That's not super fair, but like, it's not really Darnell Mooney either. I would argue Darnell Mooney was a more technical receiver. Tyler Scott looks like a really heavy athlete, or a really good athlete that I think struggles at the finer points of receiver, but that's a whole separate thing. Like, Case Keenum would be freaking great Matthew Brown. And CJ, John Ross would be an interesting comp because that's awfully high praise. Butthead, I'm with you. Like everybody wants, or everybody's working really hard one way or another on Bajent. We just got to chill out. MVS, I think, is a really cool comp, John. But then people are going to come in and they're going to use, like, people have called Tremaine Edmonds Urlacher. Like, I mean, you see this with Caleb Williams, who we call him Pat Mahomes. Like, you see Drake May and people go Herbert. And I'm like, can we? I know this is what we do. But when you say JJ McCarthy looks like Jay Cutler, that's much more reasonable compared to saying, oh, that guy, he looks like a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Or Drake May, who looks like a perfect blend, some people say, of Josh Allen and Justin Herbert. And if you, like a sane person, goes a perfect blend of Josh Allen and Justin Herbert, oh my God, I have to have this kid. Holy smokes. Duh. Those are huge words. We gotta chill out. And that's the thing, Mason. Like, Jerry Rice wasn't the best athlete on the field. Jerry Rice was outstanding. And he had an outstanding quarterback throwing him the ball. I think sometimes we invent these things. Like, I'm not coming for you, Mason, specifically, but a lot of people will do this where they will take Michael Jordan, they will talk about the story of him being cut from his high school team, and they will make it sound like Michael Jordan is just another relatable, plucky kid. That guy is an alien. You and me, we can't relate to Aaron Donald. Like, you and me, we aren't Myles Garrett. That's okay. Like, a lot of the best players in the game, like, we're not the same as them. They're different. And that's fine. And a lot of them will get these stories. Like, eventually, if they're a superstar, you'll get this rags to riches story, or you'll just get the journey story, or whatever else it's going to be, right? Like, we will turn them into relatable people for marketing purposes. Everybody feels like they can grab a beer with, you get it, like Baker Mayfield. You know what I mean? And I don't know, man. Like, I'm with you in theory and in spirit, but in practice, a lot of the best players are just better. And Justin Jefferson, he's just bigger and he's just faster than a lot of people too. Like, Jerry Rice, who still holds every receiver record in the book, like, obviously had an athletic advantage, or he wouldn't hold every receiver record in the book. Like, you want to talk about guys that outwork people, that never took no for an answer. You're looking at guys like Earl Bennett, maybe Tyler Lockett, like players that are really good, but that Hines Ward is another great example. Marquise Colston on the Saints from a while ago. Like, some of these are Hall of Fame level guys, some of these aren't, but a lot of them are various degrees of a technician. Allen Robinson, especially coming off of his injury, was a technician, right? Adam Thielen is a technician. Kurt Warner is a great example. Like, these are the guys you relate to. Maybe Tom Brady, but Tom's different too. Like, especially because at 45 years old, he was still making throws that some guys in the leagues flat couldn't make. And tumultuous, no doubt, Sweetness outworked everybody. We've all seen the highlights. He's not of this earth. Like, Walter Payton could do things nobody else to this day can mimic. Like, he had special, like, abilities. And I'm really only pointing it out because I do think that we can sometimes overrate talent. There's a lot of talent out there, right? We can underrate, like, just how hard a worker everybody is. Like, in the NFL, it is much rarer to find a slacker than a hard worker. I am convinced. Do you think, reasonably, Cole Kmet doesn't work his ass off? I doubt it. Like, Justin Fields strikes me as a hard ass worker and a really strong leader. It's not materializing on the football field, and that is a damn shame. But I do think we can do this thing where we invent in our heads that maybe Mitch failed just because he didn't watch enough film, right? I want it to be different too, right? It feels crueler than that, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Uh, like they gotta be CJ. They gotta be. And if they aren't, Anthony Miller gets cut pretty quick. Like, who's that guy who just recently got like it's anyways. Um, no, I hear you. Let me say that's not what I'm trying Mason, I'm not trying to come after you. I promise. I promise I'm not. I'm coming after other people. Like you just happened to say it. And I am so sorry. Because I promise if you're in this stream, I love you and I do not want to ruffle your feathers. I have just seen a lot of I've dealt with a lot of fans that will take Gervon Dexter and then they'll immediately compare him to a Hall of Famer. And I can put out a video that says, hey, I really like Gervon Dexter. I think he could become something. Like, hey, Bradley, see you later. Like, and here's his role. At the time, I think, to use an example, Gervon could eventually play a role very similar to Grover Stewart in Indianapolis. That's a very, very good football player. And then I'll see some people that are like, Akeem Hicks. And I'm like, whoa there. That's a big name in this city. And prime Akeem Hicks, you will never get me to not argue that 2018 Akeem Hicks was at Aaron Donald's level, debatably better. Like, I still think the NFL missed one of the best seasons by a defensive tackle in a decade with what Akeem Hicks did in 2018. I will go to my grave yelling about how Akeem Hicks was a much more forceful defensive impact than Khalil Mack was that year. And Khalil Mack was a boss. Same thing. Like, it was just crazy what Hicks did that season. Like, it was crazy what Hicks did that season. It was different what Hicks did that season. It was awesome. Like, I mean, I still think the only reason he didn't get more accolades was because people didn't people didn't look. And anytime the 2018 defense did something, he would get Mac usually got the credit. And seriously, Turu, Eddie Jackson was amazing. Khalil Mack was awesome. Oh my gosh, what am I saying? Akeem Hicks ruled. Roquan did a lot. Like Roquan was a great player, and he was arguably the fourth or fifth best player on the team because Danny Trevathan was the all-seeing eye in 2018. Like you want to talk about team defense, Danny Trevathan was just everywhere all at once. Like he knew what you were doing before you knew you were doing it. Like that season didn't make any sense on defense. They were so sick. And then totally. Like Mason, I heard the perfect way to describe that, where somebody said that in football, there are people that love the game and there are people who love what the game does for them. I think we can all think of a former Bears receiver, and I mean very recently former Bears receiver, that sure seems to love what the game does for him. Is that fair? And then, like, on the other hand, you've got plenty of other players on this Bears roster that seem to just love the game. Darnell Wright being willing to play a game with one shoulder is stunning. Like, I am amazed he's down. It's one thing to say, oh, linemen are tough. It's another to see him go up against Max Crosby for an entire football game with one arm. And you didn't even, I had to point it out. Because for the most part, it wasn't that obvious. Like, it's crazy. And the Bears hit it really well. Like, they honestly did. Because they would run around him to his right side, or they'd run all the way to the left with very little in between. Anyways, so I'm gonna grab some water real fast. Let me think. What can I play for you guys? I'll start it at like the end of the tape because I don't know if we'll get there. Watch some of this. Be right back. Okay, so it is 11:36. Dino, I really appreciate you, Dino. So let's talk about defense, right? This is awesome, and I'm going to tell you the whole story up front, okay? Because it's 11:36. I don't know how long we're going to go, but I don't know how far we're going to make it. We're going to try, right? But here's what you're going to see, okay? The first two drives are going to get you legitimately excited, right? I believe, or so look, Butthead, hey, do we have to draft a quarterback high? Why not build a team that can plug a decent quarterback into Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson-esque? I'm tired of the fruitless hunt for the superstar quarterback. McMahon got the job done. Bear down. All right, so here is exactly what I think, Butthead. You draft a quarterback because you can, and because this quarterback class is really good. And if he ends up just okay, great. Because you have 2 first-round picks. Okay, so Bill Zimmerman did a great did a great recent draft. Here's the thing, Butthead. You don't need the superstar quarterback, right? But you need, or not need, a rookie quarterback contract is really helpful. It's not the whole thing. Don't jump on me. It's not the whole thing. Like, it's not everything, but it is really handy when it comes to building the rest of your team. And because the Bears have 2 first-round picks, they can get a conventional blue chipper and they can get their quarterback. But also, if you wanted a decent quarterback, Kirk Cousins will hit the market, right? You probably shouldn't, if you ask me, because censored great quarterbacks all have one thing: a solid offensive line. The offensive line looked pretty solid against the Raiders. The offensive line looked pretty solid against Washington. The offensive line made its mistakes against Minnesota, but they punched back in many cases. Like, even the good offensive lines have bad days. What I'm really trying to get at here is that the Bears are probably Connor Williams, currently on the Dolphins, but he can play center in Chicago next year. Like, so you're Connor Williams in free agency and a little competition for Braxton Jones. But honestly, I like Braxton. Like, I'm a Braxton guy. Like, I don't think you need Joe Alt. I don't think you need Olu Fashanu. But if you want to, you can. I think you get more value out of a wide receiver. And you could tell me, just saying, that, like, for instance, Jordan, you're in here. Maybe you'll like this because I know you like getting twisted up, right? Like, or at least you like takes that are different, right? You could tell me that Malik Neighbors might do more damage than a guy like, or with as a wide receiver 2 for DJ Moore. Think like back in the days of Will Fuller and DeAndre Hopkins, where in this case Moore would be the DeAndre Hopkins, and then Malik Neighbors would be wide, or just a fly down the field guy if the Bears were picking it like 11 or 12th or something like that. But within that, like, there are just a bunch of different ways to win. And censored, I don't think they've been that bad. If we go back to week 1 and we break out a stopwatch, you're going to count a lot of 3-second pockets. Ball's got to come out. Like, ball's got to come out. Tampa, they hold it for 5 in many cases. Like, I'm not trying to pull the receipts here. It's more like, of course the offensive line's going to look like bad pass protectors when a quarterback doesn't throw the ball. And then against the Raiders, like, there was 1 sack. 1. And then I guess technically you could say Peterman got hit. So I think that goes down as a sack fumble. So maybe 2. But they were relatively clean. Like, and so I'm not trying to say that the offensive line is this like dominant force, but if you actually confirm that Tevin Jenkins can be reasonably healthy, and like, especially Nate Davis, who's just been a walking injury, but it's more to say that you're seeing the bones. That's the key here, guys. Like, I'm not saying the offensive line is going to turn around and be the Eagles tomorrow, but remember 2022? Like, John, you remember 2022? Censored, you remember 2022? 2022 is what unplayable looks like. And honestly, parts of 2021. 2023 so far has looked bad. Like, and or 2023 has looked at times really bad and at times kind of solid. they go back and forth, right? You get way more reps of everybody actually doing a decent job than I've seen in Chicago in a long time. And I heard this joke, Donald, I'm getting to what you're saying. Uh, I heard this joke at one point that I have to share where somebody on Twitter said that one of their favorite pastimes was to go around all the different fan bases and see how 25 out of 32 teams were absolutely convinced that their offensive line was the worst one in football. And it made me laugh because everybody does kind of get that way. And you're like, I'm with you, Censored, that like the snaps are awful, but the Penguins are not, whoa, whoops. The pockets have I have actually been shocked at how decent the pockets have been compared to what I expected. Washington game being one of my favorite examples because I thought they were going to get shredded. I thought they were going to get smashed against that Washington defensive line. And Fields had one of his best days while throwing deep because the offensive line held up. And Tampa, first drive, they picked up the blitz like crazy. Like it's it's both, right? Like they have bad moments, but they're a pretty regular offensive line, especially a regular offensive line, given that they're starting three backups. Like most teams don't immediately lose a left tackle that's never missed a game before. Short 1-year career, but uh, most teams don't immediately lose that. Then they've got an offensive lineman in right playing hurt alongside a backup a backup at center, a backup at left tackle, and debatably a backup at left guard because Whitehair's not playing well, right? Like the run game has been messy. They looked great last week, but and that I will totally agree with you. But the pass pro has really surprised me. But so the thing about that butthead though, you got to remember they didn't draft Purdy, and that was the first time around. They tried for Trey Lance. Like even the 49ers want that quarterback. And I think that the Bears have an option. They have the ability to do both. Like I don't think getting the quarterback costs them the opportunity to add sweet players in the trenches. Really don't. Like they're a speculation. Washington may look to trade Montez Sweat or Chase Young. Hell yes. That's a first round pick. Like that is stealing a first round talent and then paying them a hot load of money because Washington allowed Chase Young to bet on himself, right? And that's great news if you're a Chicago Bears fan. The Bears should be all over that. All over that. Let me see. You don't agree with what list of top 10 quarterbacks? Which list? Who let it go? Let me see. Donald, you mentioned if you want to win a Super Bowl in the modern NFL, you must have a top 10 quarterback. And the higher you climb in the rankings, the more likely you are to summit. Man, Donald, what gets so hard is that you look around the NFL right now, it's even scarier than that. Like you have the best quarterback in the NFL, that guy wins the Super Bowl, or you have a random thing that happens and then that thing wins, or that guy wins the Super Bowl. Think about it. Go back over the last bunch of weeks. Mikkel Nelson, thanks so much for subscribing. Glad to have you on board. But think about that, Donald. Like, okay, I can't just like rattle off Super Bowl winners. I wish I was that cool. But the last bunch of Super Bowls have either been Mahomes, Brady, or some weird situation that we can't actually like build a rule around, right? You have Nick Foles winning a Super Bowl with the rookie quarterback contract team. You have the LA Rams winning a Super Bowl off of the F them picks team with Matthew Stafford, top 10 quarterback, but really like not top 8. I don't think he ever has been. And if he was, it was like for a moment and then it disappeared, right? He's close. He's in the top 10 category, but the like elite defense with a game manager hasn't won recently, right? Like, can you think of one? Because the elite defense of the game manager would have theoretically been Mitch Trubisky. They just lost, right? Kirk, best quarterback in the NFL? Mason, that's a take, but I don't blame you. Like, and Justin, or are we talking AFC or are we talking NFL? But so, and the Niners did get close. Totally did. Like, the Niners are sick. Jimmy G is a great example. There are a lot of teams that make a lot of sense that there are a lot of teams that have followed a lot of rules that lose in the Super Bowl, right? Like that to me is the funny part. You talk about the rookie quarterback contract team, that's Joe Burrow. That's Jalen Hurts. That's Josh Allen, who no, he didn't lose in the Super Bowl, but like really tell me that KC Buffalo wasn't the Super Bowl that year. Buffalo has been brutalized by KC being so good. Like, do we agree? Can you imagine that hell? That like you can't make the Super Bowl because to get to the Super Bowl, you have to get through Kansas City, and that is they are just a buzzsaw. Like that sucks. That like I would. Oh man, I would so much rather like, and that's the other thing, Donald. Like when it comes to all this game manager talk, like I don't disagree with you, but also I've been bearsed for so long, like that I would take losing in the Super Bowl tomorrow. Like, I mean, please find me a way to get to the Super Bowl and lose. Find me a way to get past the first round of the playoffs. Find me a way to get to the playoffs. But don't monkey's paw me because we almost did. Like it's let me see. Gotcha. That makes sense, Mason. At least it makes more sense. It's a weird list, but I get you. Uh like let's see. Like being a Packers fan, I argue being a Bears fan is easier since we're generally bad, just not losing. That's the thing. Censored. I can't help but feel like because AC, I want to win the big game. Who doesn't want to win the big game? And censored, I feel like the first time is fun, right? That's what made. I'll use my own personal example. Um, that's what made the 2011 Rangers so hard to watch. The 2010 Rangers, nobody talks about. That was a super fun team. We got smacked in 5 games by the San Francisco Giants, right? Um, like it's let me think. Yeah, nobody expected the team to be there. It was the Rangers' first trip ever to the World Series. They lost. We were literally happy to be there. The second time you go, now you want to win. Like with the Packers, if the Bears, okay, so let me spin you a yarn, right? If the Bears, Butthead, they draft Drake May, okay? Like the what is it? They end up you could call it out thinking themselves. It doesn't matter. There is this deep part of me that will remain convinced that okay, so I said this about Baker Mayfield. I've made this joke a lot, right? But I am convinced to this day that when Baker Mayfield went first overall, he dropped a tier because he went to the Browns. I don't know why, but I thought Baker Mayfield was going to be a New York star in a Jets uniform. And the moment that Darnold, because I thought Darnold was just going to be your classic Browns quarterback, honestly, I did not like Darnold at all, and so I thought he made so much sense, right? Um, it didn't happen. And the moment that the Browns drafted Baker, I was like, oh damn, that sucks for Baker. And then Darnold was Darnold, right? And Baker was fine. But that's that Texas game, Jordan, bothered me. I was like, why can't we move the ball? Anyways, let's not get distracted. The point is that I am worried. It's week 7. I haven't dug into draft stuff at all. I am absolutely worried that just because the Bears are so cursed, that if they pass on Caleb Williams is going to be a superstar. Caleb Williams is going to be etheristic. Caleb Williams is going to be everything that anybody ever thought he was going to be for literally whoever picks second. And if the Bears draft him, he will be whatever you're scared of, right? Maybe not all the way there, but pretty good. Maybe not that guy, right? Like, and then Donald, if the Bears draft Caleb Williams, Drake May is going to be that guy. And if the Bears draft Drake May, he'll be pretty good. But hey, let's say the Bears end up pretty good and they draft Drake May and he's pretty good. And in year 3, Drake May competes for the Hallis Trophy in the NFC Championship and loses. All of us will throw a little party. Like, I mean, all of us will be juiced. Are you kidding? an NFC championship game, that means we won a divisional championship game. Like, I yes. Butthead, I think Caleb Williams is gonna be his own thing. Like, I think he's got Mahomes' arm, he's got tools, but I think his time to throw is insane, and his pressure to sack rate is crazy. Right now, Caleb Williams is kind of falling apart at the seams. So, like, I'm not saying that the Bears will draft Drake May, because I don't know. But it is becoming less and less and less surprising every time Caleb goes out there and plays fine or worse. And I'm not overreacting to anything. It's October. Like November and December are going to be the rubber meets the road weeks for every one of these players, every one of these quarterbacks. And so don't get too tied up in what things look like now, because that's like those big games are going to be that. But anyways, I'm exactly right, Michael. Let's talk about the Bears defense. Okay. Moving forward. So the Bears defense is a really funny story in this game, because if you're like me, the first chunk of it is going to leave you kind of excited. You're going to be kind of juiced up. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, we're playing man. We're balling. And then we're going to watch the rest of the game, and you're going to say, oh man, the Raiders kind of left it out there, huh? And that's okay, because the story of what happened is the Bears opened up the game playing a bunch of man defense. And then after it worked, the Bears then pivot. No, man, Butthead, you donated money. We pivot when we do that. But so the Bears played a bunch of man. It worked, generated a bunch of stops. Then they switched back to zone, and the Raiders walked up and down the field on them. Not like walked up and down the field, but they slowly chewed their way down the field and kept picking up first downs until the wheels fell off and Hoyer just started playing terrible ball, honestly. Like, and Hoyer made an early mistake with the interception. He made a bunch of late mistakes. His accuracy is all over the place. And I mean, for crying out loud, like, how much do I really need to say about, let's see, where is it? You know you want to see it. So let me find it for you. Let me give the people what they want. If Justin Fields made this throw, what would you say? If Tyson Bagent made this throw, what would you say? Breaks back. Lofty ball. Easiest pick six you could ever ask for. Right? Like, if anybody is concerned about arm strength, it's because, look, watch Hoyer. He doesn't drive through the ball. I mean, he's a 38-year-old man, right? But the ball floats. He's on it. And JJ just takes it back. Exactly. Like, it's not anticipatory. It's not anticipatory. It's slow. It hangs in the air. It is a pick six through and through. And let's see. It kind of feels that way, right? Though I think JJ's a boss. Like, JJ just doesn't I don't think his play style sets up well for picks. I think his play style sets up better for PDs and incompletes in his direction. Like, passer rating towards him makes a lot more sense, I think, to judge JJ by, and usually he's pretty good about it. Trayvon Diggs generates a lot of interceptions, but you get it. Like, yeah, right? Well, hey, doesn't JJ have a pick against Joe Burrow? That's not backup quarterback. But anyways, like, I think you could pay JJ 15 mil. Like, scaling him up to 20 mil is a lot. Like, I'm surprised, to be honest with you, that that JJ needs that much money. Like, I'm not trying to camp out at 15 mil. I said 17.5 mil, which I still think is way over what he is. We're just high off of a great week. But the point is, like, Brian Hoyer played bad. The Bears defense still has some questions that are worth asking. But the big thing that I want you guys to know is that there has been a schematic shift. There has been. Like, the Bears went from playing all static zones and pretty bad ones to playing a lot more man, and their young DBs are kind of balling. And that's awesome. This is a good thing. Now, will it last against teams that execute? Good question. I don't know. Or at least they'll give up more points against teams that execute, right? But the more man they play and the more blitzing they do, the more Flus shows that he's not blind. Because that's the thing. You may have felt like I was leading up to telling you that I'm super stoked and that Flus is winning me over. Not really, because that's the thing. That's hilarious, Mason. Like, Matt Eberflus and his defense got smoked for 4 straight weeks because they couldn't rush the passer and their cover 2 zones were bad. And it wasn't a surprise to anybody. Cover 2 and cover 3, if you wanted to be specific, right? And so, of course they had to change. Like, and there's also been this narrative, because I've seen it, that this is all Alan Williams' fault and that actually Matt Eberflus is a genius. Here's what I got for you. We're going to go one by one through blitz percentage, right? I have now got it sorted for you. In 2018, the Indianapolis Colts were 4th lowest in blitz percentage with 17.5% blitz percentage. Then in 2019, the Indianapolis Colts were, what is this? 7th lowest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th lowest in blitz percentage with 22.9% blitz percentage. Then in 2020, the Colts were 2nd lowest with 17.1% blitz percentage. Remember, some teams will blitz as often as 44%, right? 2021. All of this is Alan Williams and Matt Eberflus as the DC. The Indianapolis Colts 4th lowest in blitz percentage at 20.2. 2022. You get where this is going. The Bears were actually, no, so that's the thing. They were pretty high in blitz percentage, but it was a really low blitzing year because they had 18.2% blitz percentage. And now in 2023, you'll notice the Bears are actually at their highest figure I've ever seen with Matt Eberflus. You may say that that's Eberflus. I also think it is a complete admission by Eberflus that Yannick Ngakoue, Dominique Robinson, DeMarcus Walker, and Justin Jones are not getting home. And they've got the dudes to play some man defense. And it's working. They're getting downs back. And so I am going to golf clap a little bit. Not because I'm trying to be too condescending. It's more like everybody on planet Earth, anybody that was following the Chicago Bears knew that change had to happen. That if change didn't happen, the Bears were going to become a historically bad defense. They were giving up 3rd and longs at an obscene rate. We all saw it. They could get to 3rd and 8. They could get to 3rd and 6. They could not stop it. Nearly ever. And now, they're just playing mano a mano ball. In many cases, it's like a 3-over-3 zone, or like a man defense with 1 dropper, or a 3-over-3 zone blitz. Like, they're doing a lot more man blitzes and a couple more zone blitzes. As you can see, they are still not a medium blitzing team, right? But they are playing a more effective yeah, I guess it is what it literally means, but everybody's used it as man to man. Like, the Bears are letting their guys go compete against other teammates, or like against opponents. And if we got to clap for anybody, Jalen Johnson, Tyreek Stevenson, Jacoby Myers, and Devontae Adams are not the world's easiest receiver matchup. And the Raiders basically asked those 2 guys to go out there and beat the opposing CBs. And the Bears CBs won enough downs. So let's see. BG, we're kind of talking about it now, about how it's a little of both. Like, the Bears scheme makes more sense. The Bears scheme sets them up for more success on defense because Jason, you better be in here. Andrew Billings didn't make a ton of run plays, but he's clearly starting to make noise. He eats 2 blockers. They commit 2 blockers to Justin Jones. TJ Edwards is getting downhill. The Bears' run defense doesn't, I mean, I know it's statistically been really good, but I don't see it as amazing. It's just good enough to eventually get a couple run stops. And it's so funny you say that, Matthew. I actually thought Kyler Gordon was really good in this game. Let's watch some tape. So, 1st and 10, we're going to speed through all the plays that I don't think matter. Like, you're going to see a lot of this, where in this case, it's going to look like cover 3, but we can tell from what Kyler Gordon's doing that we're in a man look. We are in a man look. And the Bears are just going to give away the outside. Why? Because Davante Adams is the king of the hard slant. And Tyree Stevens is just going to sit on it, right? For as long as Davante Adams wants to stem that out and pretend that he's going to slant, Tyreek's going to let him. You give up a 1st down. It is bend, don't break philosophy. It is not a complete change in style. It is the Flus defense, now featuring more man coverage. And it's a good pivot. It's an objectively good pivot. Am I going to sit here and whine about how it's not enough? It was plenty in this game. Like, we'll see some really solid stops left and right. Also, I thought Brisker had a solid little game. He ends up doing stuff that I just don't think it's that crazy. Like him wrapping around 11 there, getting into position and closing down a tackle. Like, is that like, oh yeah, we got an impact player? I don't know. You tell me. But kudos to TJ Edwards taking on the blocker like he did. Hey, a run stop's a run stop. I promise we're not trying to like go too crazy, like fast. It's more like there are a lot of plays where the result or the specific doesn't really matter. And here they allow the slant. This is what Davante has done forever, but it looks to me like this was a little more. I mean, I can't say for certain. Let's watch Jalen Johnson. Like Jalen's a little more physical at the line. I would love for Tyreek to be a little more physical at the line here, but if I had to guess the call based on what he was doing, right? Like it looks as if he allows the slant and they're expecting one of these linebackers to be in the passing lane. They are not, because the play action fake pulls Edwards out of position. Davante takes the slant, runs it up the field. At this point, if you were like me, it's kind of starting to feel like any other Bears game, right? I mean, veteran quarterback's going to point out the mic. Like, Bears just, I don't know, they're going to let the wide receiver 1 free release off the line against a rookie corner. And it was like, what on earth are we doing? Right? And that's what's so funny about this is playing man defense like some huge schematic shift. I mean, it is for the Bears, but it's not. I mean, there's man defense available on any defensive call sheet. Like here, let's see, just to give you a quick look in the trenches. TJ Edwards does a good job hitting the snot out of that lineman. It's not like he makes the play, but he draws 45 and the lineman. Could just be a mistake, honestly. And Tremaine Edmonds ultimately makes the tackle. This man is allergic to attacking downhill. It must be because he has no confidence in his ability to make the tackle when he drives to tackle. Really might. But it's hilarious, honestly, watching how 49 will just camp out at a certain spot, let the tackler come to him, and then bring him down. And look so violent as he does. But hey, 3-yard run stuff is a 3-yard run stuff. Bears are clearly in a man look. Here you get solid compete by Brisker, who just doesn't get blocked very well and pushes Davante Adams that little bit further inside. TJ Edwards ultimately wraps up the tackle. It was kind of a weird game plan because looking back, the Raiders didn't really want to throw anything deep, and they actually had a decent amount of success trying to throw things deep and drawing penalties in the process. But they kept things short, and they called different screens and screen looks, which just kept the Bears' corners in the game. And then you start off with this play. This is one of the ones I really wanted to get to. Like, okay, So what have we run? We've stemmed up to here. We run an out route. We have quick slanted. So Tyreek Stevenson, seeing the wide split, is going to just sit on the quick slant like a batter. I've been watching a lot of MLB playoffs. Like a batter going up against a curveball pitcher. He's like, I'm going to sit on this. And he does a great job being patient, breaking, and breaking the play up. Now, is it legal? Do you think I care? Are you kidding me? Yes. Be a little handsy. Like, be physical at the catch point. Get there a little bit early. Make them call it. What's the worst, right? Yeah, sure. I would love his timing to get that little bit better, but he's a rookie. To me, he's up against Devontae Adams. He breaks right with Adams. He gets his hands into the play process. Yes. Yes. So many corners don't even get there. It's not a great route by Adams to be so fair. Like, in the world of the slant, I kind of think Adams gives it away a little bit, but rookie cornerback makes a play and it's within 5 yards. So if the referee felt like, it's within 5 yards, might as well let it go. Good on you. Like, generates a field goal attempt, and as we know, it doesn't go well. Like, that is a 7-point play. Tyreek Stevenson, in man coverage, takes it down off of Devontae Adams and pops a ball in the air that TJ might catch once in a blue moon. Look, I'm not trying to tell you that Tyreek Stevenson is God's gift to cornerbacking. I really like him. But the Bears are sending a 5-man blitz, which they don't normally do on a lot. They'll do it on some of these, like man third and shorts, but you see much more of it right now in Chicago, where they are absolutely willing to ride with whatever's going to happen in man defense. Like, so here they go, like man look, one lurking linebacker, man look, and then a safety sitting over the top. And I don't really know what he's going to help with, but sure, glad he's there or whatever. Jacoby hits Kyler with a good one. Is he really, Damo? That's awesome. Pop, out. Somebody's got it, Tumultuous. Somebody's got it. And I mean, Tyreek getting better would theoretically fix a lot. Not because of anything Tyreek did wrong. Like, Mike Evans bullied the snot out of Tyreek Stevenson. Was it because Tyreek was bad? He's a rookie. We said it at the time. I remember so many people asking in this very stream, and that's okay. We got to learn. Like, you worried about Tyreek Stevenson? No. Mike Evans is a Hoffer. Like, life's hard when you play Hall of Famers. Here is Justin Jones, over penetrates a little bit. The linebackers honestly do a pretty good job getting up and hidden. And then Brisker does this like wiggle walk that I'm sure it has a name, but like skip, makes a tackle. Sure. Oh, Donald, I think he did too, but that's the thing. Okay. So Donald, I wish I could highlight your comment. I still think Evans committed OPI. Absolutely. They didn't call it. And they didn't call Tyreek Stevenson committing a couple of fringy DPIs in Washington, and he got away with them. They didn't call Tyreek Stevenson committing a DPI, potentially, against Devontae Adams. Foul. Worst case scenario, I don't know, you pick up 10 yards and you don't get the catch. Bummer. But 9 times out of 10, they won't throw the flag. And if they do throw the flag, they definitely won't throw it a second time. Like, I think Jamar Chase functionally got away with murder in the Super Bowl. Like, I thought he very clearly fouled Jalen Ramsey with the ball in the air. They didn't call it. 80-yard touchdown. Like, huge play. Flipped the game for the Bengals at that point. Like, there's this misnomer, and I'm not trying to cause too much commotion, but there's this misnomer that you want to play a good, clean game. Maybe it's some positions, but at DB, foul, hold, hit, receiver, foul, extend your arms, create space. Absolutely. Make the referee in a game like football, unfortunately, make the referee get you on it. Make them. Because if they're not going to, then absolutely play to whatever they deem. Like, play to the point where they warn you after the play and then go, you got it, and take your first down. You know what I mean? Like, it's it's a weird game at sometimes, but you got a lot of these looks. Like, what is this? 2nd and 7. The Bears are willing to just man up again. Like, man up all over the place. Looks like a 2-man of some kind at the moment. Yeah, with Brisker taking 87 and he fouls. And do they call it? No. They call it incidental contact. And that'll do it. Like, um again, could this have been a sick play in the seam? Maybe. Is it sweet coverage? It's a little different purely because I don't know how really competitive Brisker is on this. He just runs straight into Michael Mayer and then they incidental contact and Mayer falls. But hey, a PD's a PD. And this certainly breaks the play up. I actually don't even know if this pass is on target. Like, looking at it again, it looks like Hoyer airmailed it. But I don't know. 3rd and 7. Could be considered uncatchable tumultuous. Totally could be. I think, I'm curious to hear what you guys think. I know why he drew this call. I thought this was garbage. And like, when I saw this back on tape, I feel like Jalen Johnson just bodies Jacoby Myers. I have no issue saying that. And they call it illegal contact, but it feels to me like Myers runs straight into Jalen Johnson. But I think he could keep his man. I also don't mind the 5-yard penalty. Like, going back, they're drawing through the stem, and then I think you could argue Jalen holds his ground, but it's probably the fact that he functionally stops his feet right here, like, and puts both his arms around the guy. That's gonna draw the flag. If he had just had his, like, if he had just put his chest there and frankly, like, just not wrapped him with his arms, he might not draw the call. But it's that drag right there that's probably gonna draw it. But even so, like, 3rd and 7, yeah, we hate giving up the foul, but giving up the catch would have been worse. Foul gives them 5 yards and a free first down. The catch could give them more. And I love making it clear physically up front, hey, this is going to be a long day for you. Like, sure, keep your 5 yards, but like, here I am. Oh, you want to break away? You can't. PD. Okay. Like, DB and wide receiver is such a funny relationship because seriously, like, this, it's just such a bizarre position. Look at the other side. Like, not because I'm trying to dunk on my guy Tyreek, but like, the difference between comfort level when an NFL wide receiver can run a free release route versus when an NFL wide receiver gets rerouted and collisioned at different points throughout their routes is insane. Superhumans. Watch Devontae here. Unsurprisingly, Devontae comes off of that. Tyreek is competitive because he's fast son of a gun, but like, he's not Deontay Banks. And so he's going to keep up. You would need a perfect throw from Brian Hoyer on a play like this. But of course, he looks pretty good on that play. On the other hand, Jacoby Myers, because he's being collisioned and fouled at the end of the day, like, where's all the route running acumen? He's glued to him, right? To me, that's good DB play. To me, it's hard to defend better than that. I think if you play DB really well, just like we've seen with Sauce Gardner, you're just going to draw some fouls. Like, the only way to play DB against superstar wide receivers is either as a team with zones and brackets or as a dude that gets in guys' faces, hits them in the chest, and rides them one way or another. Like, it's it's a sweet position. It's extremely hard. Also, kudos to Jalen Jones, who has become kind of like their dime backer, iceberg, down for you. Like, I think defensive holding and pass interference is a really interesting one. I personally, Donald, have no issue with making things harder for wide receivers, but I think the show does. Like, I think the NFL wants an NFL where wide receivers run free for touchdown passes because the people love them some touchdown passes, right? But that's just at least what I see right now. I'm always down to see how hard Kyler Gordon fights in the run game. Also, let's give a little salute. Let's give a little salute to number 99 and number 96, but mostly number 99 on this play, where we're going to see Gervon Dexter win the point of attack, shuck his man, and get in on a tackle, while Zach Pickens on the other side gets us a lowercase p penetration, tracks the play, gets back and joins the tackle. Young defensive lineman. I don't want to say showing up because it's not that complicated, right? But getting better, not getting washed all the time. 2nd and 9. And you always got to watch. Like, I don't do this enough because I'm generally talking about whatever the talking points are. But, like, we got a 2-bunch set with what looks like a split back and a tight end. Okay? With, that's not a tight end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weapons. There they are. And then they're going to motion Jacoby Myers. The motion is clearly a zone tell. So we're probably in cover 2. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, this was just this was like, we're not the same. This was a we're not the same game for Jalen Johnson. Because Jacoby Myers comes off the line. Boom. Sit down. Completely legal as far as I understand it. Because he hits him. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. We're within 5 yards. Boom. It's right at about 5 yards. Just smokes him. But then the zone integrity's botched because Tremaine and TJ come up for the run fit. So there's a massive gap in the cover 2. It's still the Flus defense. The young guns kind of get pushed around. Like, if we won a double team just last rep, the air we get under these tires is probably not exciting for any of us. But hey, it's one play. Man, Jalen was just taking no guff. None. How you doing, Reinhardt? My throat's closing up on me. Best I got is 1 in the morning. So I got 40 more minutes max. Relatively ho-hum play here. 2nd and 6. This looks like, to me, it's cover 3 or it's man, but they've got like a 3 under zone because there's a blitz element to this. There's only 6 in coverage, right? Yeah. With 6 in coverage, you never quite know what they're doing. But the corners, it's probably a mimic on a cover 3 zone, but that basically plays out like man when you're in one of these kinds of corner situations. So what's funny to me about this play is, you tell me what you think. Did our guy Tyreek Stevenson here like win this rep, because he certainly forces a bad play, or not forces. He's competitive enough. Hoyer's throw is imperfect, and then he gets into the play to knock the ball out. And I agree with you, Donald, but it's more to say that, like, I love it when they let Tyreek play up on the line. I think he can be really dangerous there. I think that this is harder for him, certainly much harder than it is for Jalen. But as you can see um, over here, it might be match coverage oblivion, but a lot of times with cover three in particular, well, like, you're gonna play the receivers because you know they want the sticks all the same. So you're gonna watch them instead of just bailing back. But you get it. Like, exactly. Devontae short carves the route really hard, Ben, because he's really good and gains that space. But then the throw isn't great, so he has to try to save it, and it doesn't work. Now, in case you want to be hard on Tyreek, I want you to take a look at Jalen Johnson. I think Jalen's objectively good. It's always cool watching a veteran across from you. Jalen takes a much more direct drop back, as you can see, and gives a lot of cushion to Jacoby Myers. Jacoby Myers drives out, and Jalen actually creates more space. Tyreek Stevenson is this, I think, like, borderline, like, Mad Max. What, remember Mad Max Fury Road? The guy who, like, sprays some kind of drug in his mouth, and then he's like all hopped up and ready to do some insane stuff. Like, Tyreek is a pitch guesser in the extreme. Tyreek Stevenson is sitting at the sticks. He's like, I know what you're gonna do. I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna do this, and he's ready for it. Like, he's straight guessing. Witness me. Like, if Devontae breaks this in or out, he might be screwed. But man, when Stevenson gets it right, it's awesome. Because, hey, I don't know if it's film study, instincts, both, like, situation, but there are a bunch of stuff. Like, there are a bunch of situations where I will see Stevenson just camp out, and here it looks like he breaks, but he's expecting the ball to break up like this way. Whereas, to Ben's point, he gets a great sharp break outside, and Stevenson just leaves a little more room in it than he wants to. But man, like, this to me, watch the feet. This is where I obsess. Like, Adams breaks. I mean, we're talking within frames of Adams breaking right here. Stevenson has planted that foot, and he is driving out with Adams. And I'm not saying Stevenson's going to become a 9 interception guy. I had to pick a ridiculous number. But that break with break is something that we did not see Vildor do. It's something that Kyler Gordon needed a while to figure out. Like, to me, that's a recipe to take a few downs back a game. And I wonder what'll happen as he gets that much more experience in the NFL. Here we should get a better look at whatever happened with Devontae's sick near catch. And he just drops it. I don't know if he punches the ball out per se. And then this next play is hilarious because it's 3rd and 6. That motion into the backfield pulls the Bears into a man check against Tyreek Stevenson, who they are clearly targeting. And I think this is funny because Hoyer makes his first, I think, mistake of the game. Here's the thing. Code in quarterbacking. If you've got a go route, and you did not beat your guy, right? You will break the route off and play a back shoulder ball. If you're Jacoby Myers, did you beat your guy? I think you did. Love Tyreek. we got to reroute him. Like, I think Tyreek guesses slant because he goes in for that and he gets a decent amount of speed for what he's doing, but especially a faster receiver would have just plumb ran away from him. Like, at the line, we got to get a hand on the guy, I think. Let me see what Jalen Johnson does. Well, he does not do that. So I guess that's just not the technique we're playing. Like, it's body press, Donald, but it's not hand press. I think we could be more physical, but they obviously don't want to. Brisker runs away to nowhere, which I think is just kind of hilarious. Everybody here is playing cover one, except except Brisker, who runs into the flat to play cover three. Thank you, Jaquan. But moreover, Hoyer throws back shoulder. Stevenson is probably beat, so Myers is just running downfield. And Stevenson ends up being just, I don't know, at the center of another screw up. Like, it helps when you get targeted a lot. You're going to bust up some plays just by nature of existing, right? But Stevenson at least is making things hairier than he did against Tampa Bay, where at time, I mean, we all remember the play where Stevenson stood still in his own as Mike Evans just ran past him for a touchdown on a blitz where Stevenson did the right thing. But now he's being given the freedom, I think, to affect the game a little more tactily, like with his hands. And I think that suits the way he wants to play and the way that he can succeed. Here's Kyler Gordon getting involved in the fit again. It really is, Donald. Like, to me, the other thing that's funky about talking about the NFL is that a lot of CBs are incredibly unspectacular. Like, DB is a very hard position. Very, very hard position. It is a really hard position to make an impact on. And then you get a play like this. I mean, so you got to remember the Tampa 2 defense was designed to capitalize on quarterback mistakes. And most NFL quarterbacks today just don't make the mistakes that that quarterbacks did in 2004. You know who was a quarterback in 2004? Brian Hoyer. This is just a mistake. Like, this is a little, in my opinion, it's too much gas on a ball too far outside. And the ball pings off his hands. And Tremaine Edmonds makes a nice one-handed bat to himself to bring that ball in, and sudden change. But I wouldn't say the Bears did anything per se. Like, and trust me, I would tell you if I thought they did. Like, here you've got nobody's close, right? Like, Hoyer's checking it down because he's playing on time, but he just misses. Like, this turns into an interception. It's brutal for the Raiders, honestly, looking back, just because that bounce off of, and sure, you could say that iceberg, and I don't totally disagree, but like, man, if that's the case, that's just like somewhat lucky, because that's saying we created an interception because our guy over here got bodied by a tight end. It really was, Donald. And I mean, Ben, that's the other part of the problem is like, hey, how's this defense going to do against Justin Herbert? Good question. I don't know if it's going to do that. So that's actually really interesting, Ben, because this is where defenses can get so funny. Like, is he going to be open, he being Jacoby Myers, in this window? Probably. That isn't that easy a throw with Tremaine Edmonds just sitting on it. It might be. But that is, like, he's a huge dude, and this is what he does, is like take up space in deep zones. So I'm not saying that that's not going to be open, but I can understand Hoyer just checking the ball down here on second down, where if you speed the ball to him, your guy catches it, turns upfield, takes a hit, falls forward. It's 3rd and 2, right? It really is, Donald. And then the moment that a quarterback, God forbid, like just to call it what it is, the moment that a quarterback forces a play, suddenly Kansas City picks off Justin Fields on what should have been a throw to Cole Kmet, and Justin Fields looks like an idiot for throwing straight to a defender. Like the margins are razor thin for quarterback about what should have been like, or about what looks like it's going to be mega easy and what looks like it's not mega easy. Let's see here. Good spills from the linebackers. Oh, I liked this play. Jalen on the edge. Comes back to get the tackle, along with Elijah Hicks. Thumbs up. Jalen makes the tackle. I mean, that's the thing. There's so much of this that I think is just, I mean, I don't know if it's like hilarious, like, wow, I'm laughing so hard, but like, it's cover 3, right? It's a little more man. A lot of the big leverage downs are more man, but it's still cover 3 at the end of the day. Like he's dropping back, he's dropping back. The Kyler Gordon is taking the vertical, which is more of like a 3-by-1 check thing. Like 3-by-1, there's rules. Just to make sure you don't get, pantsed. And so the Bears are going to make the Raiders grind their way down the field. The problem is an NFL offense sometimes kind of can. Now, it takes a while, and us Bears fans kind of wish you just get off the field, But that's just whining. Because they're going to make you make plays like this. And honestly, like, seriously, this is awesome. I'm a big fan. Where Jalen breaks right with Jacoby. And if that throws any worse, it's batted away. And he shucks him. In case it wasn't enough, he tabletops him afterwards. Oh, 100%, Donald. Lead changes are also huge. Because at this point, it's already 14-0. I don't know how much of the Bears' defense and the fact that they now switched basically back to a very zone-heavy approach comes from the fact that they're winning and that they think that they can basically run a couple disguises and allow the team to slow bleed themselves out. But after a couple of those, they switch back to man. You see some easy passes completed for first downs and whatnot. It is massively tilty. It is. And the situation and the leverage all pretty much matters. I'm really interested to see how this Bears defense plays against Los Angeles. Los Angeles is kind of a mirage team, I swear. But at the same time, the Bears defense has gotten a decent amount of results. And I'm just dying to know which one is the real one. I'm not betting on the Bears. I'm not. But their offense may make it a game. And if the Chargers charge themselves, and if I can figure out how the Chargers keep uh, how the Chargers keep charging themselves, it'll be even more so. Now, can you spot the open man on this play? Because you probably can, right? Ooh, yeah, I'm definitely losing light. But he's wide open. Like it was rough. It was rough watching Hoyer in this one. It's a very different vibe from what Tyson Bagent was dealing with, for better or for worse, because the throws downfield for Hoyer were there. Now, this is not an easy throw. Like, you're going to have to put this over the safety and try to make sure that Elijah Hicks doesn't break on it, right? Um, which Hoyer may not know that Elijah Hicks isn't scary, right? It doesn't help anything that, again, this is what Tremaine Edmonds is there to do. Like, to take up a ton of space and to be a scary, scary man running the pole on Tampa 2. But he is probably open. Like, almost assuredly. Hoyer does create a pretty big gain, though. Boom. Oh, man. How many times is Jaquan Brisker going to get his hands on a pass and not catch it? You can't hate not throwing, or you can't hate throwing to open, Donald, but those potential touchdowns will always haunt you when you don't score on the drive, right? Especially if that's read number one. And it's against the look you want. They clearly knew the Bears wanted to run Tampa. And they switch into it again here. So now we got more Tampa 2. We're not playing man anymore. Man sucks. Nobody likes man defense. Dash. Matt Eberflus. Little does he know. It is because they're ahead, but man, get some cover 3. I think they're actually about to call a little bit of man here. We'll start. Run stop. Looks like it's Brisker who comes down to get it. Oh, and Zach Pickens who keeps up with the play. Here's Zach. Ooh, let's go. I do too. Ooh. I didn't notice this early. Purely because it's funny. You know I'm not this guy. Gravon. My dog. My guy. My dude. Gervin. Get up. Wake up. Here it is in slow-mo. Boom. There we go. Doesn't really matter on this play. I also think Kyler is kind of a demon blitzer. Like, am I crazy or is that really freaking fast? Like, we've seen some speed, but zoom. He dusts him too. It's what the CBs need. Like, much easier to cover when you know that throw's coming out. Here. Like, that's not even anticipation. That's just a guess, right? That's like survival instinct. Maybe you complete it, but also you're not going to get sacked. Good blitz, Kyler. Ooh, and a little bit of DeMarcus Walker action. He looks like he gets involved. Second and 25. Okay, so I think this is a pretty soft call. I also probably would have called it, to be honest with you. Like, when we see the replay, I hope we get a better one. We don't. When you see this replay, it looks so soft, so giga soft, right? This is the replay we saw. Like what? An extended arm, a couple pats on the shoulder. That's PI now. But in my opinion, early in the rep, there's this brief moment where Tyreek grabs him, both arms on him, and pushes him. And the moment he does that, in my opinion, iceberg, he put the referee on edge, basically. And that's the thing, Donald. I'm not saying it isn't, but a lot of guys are going to establish their hands earlier, and then they're going to put one hand on him instead of a two-handed pop that you see right there that throws his balance off just a little bit. And the guy was obviously thinking about it. Do I think that's earned? I don't know. But I think the fact that Tyreek is on him the whole time is the positive. Like, a corner that's too handsy, we can get mad about that in a year where we're competing, right? Like, here's who's that? 90. Neither of the rookies really win much on this one. It does, AC, kind of feel like Stevenson already has a reputation with the refs, and I personally don't mind. I think it's going to help him ultimately play much better within the rules. I I have really loved watching Tyreek Stevenson get better as a pro because I think we're seeing it consistently. And I'm with you, Donald, that like I think it's a pretty soft DPI call, especially after Darnell Mooney. Like you talk about the plays we watched against Claypool. Talk about Darnell Mooney in week 5. That's PI in the end zone. But that's at the catch point. Whereas like Stevenson was bullying him a little too early, I guess. This is just a flat miss throw by Hoyer. You can't miss this. Like 15 years in the league, this may be it if this keeps up. Because I would argue that turned the drive a little bit. It's not like Jalen gets gets a great break on the ball. And then if one wasn't enough, we missed this one too. Pressure is good. Yannick Ngakoue, the long stunt, baby. Sure. But it doesn't change that we do get the separation we want. Like, actually, kind of a dirty route. Like, boom. Man. You know what I have to say, don't you? You know the discussion we have to have when a Notre Dame like tight end picked in the second round is going pop in, up, hard plant. Ooh, Michael Mayer. That is a nice little route. Like, hey, let's. Oh, it's not a good throw, and he leads him too far. But the separation is legit. going up against Josh or going up against Jalen Jones or not. Like, let me ask you this, because this is what I'm trying to hint at. Does anybody in here think that Cole Kmet could run this route? And I understand that they're different players, but it is wild to me sometimes how Cole doesn't seem to have that side to side acceleration and that ability to break that I swear like 30 of other tight ends do. Yeah, with an extra 2 steps is right, Ben. It's it's the fact that he's able to go hard right foot, or what is this? Not right foot. Hard left foot, one hand or small hand extension, right foot, and we're already out of the break. Like, that's sweet. Because then we can hit the accelerator. And man, if we get hit with this thing in stride, and we don't, but if we get hit with this thing in stride, you could argue he's running, and Jalen's got to chase him. Still don't believe that was Kmet on his. Oh, Demo, that was just a really friendly route for Kmet, and that's totally fine. It looks to me, it's hard to tell. That's where, Donald, I wish that I had some coaching background that I could work off of, because I struggle to believe that he would eye him up and not just hot lead him. But I also think Hoyer didn't really have the ability to throw right there. Hey, Braun, how you doing? I think the pass is too far ahead, if only because I think the route is sick. Now, Braun, I hate to do this to you, but yeah, it's 12:49. I gotta close up shop, get this thing posted at EBB, get some sleep. But the gist that I saw in the Bears defense is that yes, they're playing more man, and we love that. I thought Kyler Gordon is playing spicy. Like, we didn't get to see much from him, but he is fast in the bullet. Like, he's becoming a scalpel. Like, he doesn't do everything, but what he does really well. He is defending much better against the pass from the nickel spot. Like, he's really good in the run fit for a guy his size. He's a really, really great blitzer. Tyreek Stevenson is shoring up a corner spot that everybody is attacking. Other than that, it's kind of still the Bears defense, more so than I want to admit. The Bears are getting results, which is great, but I do wonder if better quarterbacks are going to be, and better receivers combined, because Minnesota's problem was that Kirk didn't have the rapport, it didn't seem like, with his receivers in the wake of just losing Justin Jefferson that we saw him honestly have just last night. And then against this team, Brian Hoyer didn't have that chemistry that I don't know if Jimmy G would have beaten the Bears. I really don't know. But like, because you're totally right that like, what is it? Like, you're totally right that like Kirk had KJ Osborne. Kirk had like what, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Jordan Addison. Like, it's more pointing out, Donald, that like the Bears defense is getting some results, but a whole bunch of teams just keep kind of running on the Bears, blowing downs, because you'll get the occasional 7-yard run, but the Bears are doing a weirdly good job of not giving up chunk plays on the ground, and it's working to their benefit. Like, yeah, no kidding, Ben. Like that too, where you could tell it was what, win or go home time for Kirk, and that was awesome. I want to know whether this Bears defense can stand up or whether they're just racking up points, so to speak, production against offenses that don't have the tools to really play competitive ball. I don't know. Like, and that's the other thing, Michael. They do think it's still the 2022 Bears run defense, and the Bears are winning in aggregate here. Like, this run play, for instance, it's not like everybody does such a good job that nobody wins. Tremaine Edmonds is just so slow to the hole sometimes, man. Like that Billings is doing what he can to hold up against two guys. You could argue that with because I'm not about to pretend that I know this fit exactly off of one glance, but if for the love of God, like TJ is supposed to go here and Edmonds is supposed to go here, what are we waiting for? But that be how it do. That is how it goes sometimes. And so, who knows? Maybe it's like the Bears are getting run stops here and there. It'll be Sanborn. It'll be Edward or Edmonds. It'll be Edwards. It'll be somebody Billings, Jones sometimes who comes up with a huge run stuff. Here Stevenson misses a tackle, rip. But the Bears are putting teams in third and longs and daring them to convert two of them, and the Bears are getting one. It's winning third down in aggregate, and we'll see. We'll see what happens when they're up against a team with the talent. I actually don't know how much talent's going to play, but certainly the quarterbacking talent that the Los Angeles Chargers have. Anyways, fun day. Bears wins are always a little bit more fun, way more fun than the losses, to be honest. We will keep talking about the Bears all season long. I got to get some sleep. Thanks so much for hanging out. You guys rule. I'll talk to you soon. GG's. And until next time, bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me.